All right. I think we're live on all platforms. Okay, we are good to go. Where's my phone? Right here. Okay. Good there. And I thought there was a way to share from here. Looks like there is. So I'm just going to have to make do. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. So hope you're having a beautiful and glorious Thursday. All right, let's log in with my alt. So we're kind of finalizing things, getting things finally set up. But we should be ready to go here very, very soon. There we go. Okay. Oh, I got to change my prompt. My bad. It's not that today. It's something different. We're going with something different. And as I can change it. Can we change it? Evidence. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's better. Okay, and then I gotta change the camera around a little bit. Let's see, cutout. Yep, cutout works. All right, very good. Make myself a little, yeah, I guess I'll float today. We'll just float. Okay. So we'll go, so that's the topic for today. What's your best evidence that hell is real? Okay. Oops. All right. You never dealt with the little demon that smells like sulfur like I have. Well, I've smelled sulfur on this earth. How do you know it was a demon? I think that's the question. There we go. Okay, we're good to go. Oh boy, we already got lots of people in the guest queue already. We're back to what's your best evidence that hell is real? Yeah, eat enough rotten eggs, you can smell sulfur, that's for sure. I agree with that. So Melanie says, heaven and hell is real. Jesus is the only way to heaven. Ask him to reveal yourself to you. He will. Well, what's your evidence that heaven and hell is real? You're just stating it. You've just made claims. No evidence. I'm living in it. Yeah. I guess that's one way to look at it. So one viewer in, so welcome the people on YouTube. Welcome. Glad you all are here. So we're talking about
claims, no evidence.
Oops.
I'm living in it.
Let me mute that. All right. Very good. And welcome to the people from Deconstruction Junction stream. And it's a pleasure to meet you as well. So meet you as well. Not mute you, meet you. All right. So here we go. All right. So let's get me to 20,000 likes. So lots of people in the stream today. Welcome to you all. 257 people on TikTok. On 245. It's dropping a little bit. So the Bible says hell is never says hell is a place. It just says that you'll be separated from the Father forever. Not sure that's true, Jake, but we can dig into that. Okay. Dev, what do vegans and atheists have in common? Vibe clips, definitely not gay. Although if I was, not a problem with that. And Vibe clips, I'm not available. I'm married. So if you're asking, not available. Sorry to say. Do you believe in Jesus? Jesus as a person? Yes. Jesus as a Messiah? No. You will find out. Yeah, I suppose we will. We'll find out at some point, right? I reject the premise. It's a question. It's not a premise. So, Eric James, that is a category error. Question is not a premise. Well, curly fries are better. If Jesus is real, he'll just let you up, right? You'll just appear onto my live. So, repent to Jesus. Why? Why should I? Heaven and hell exist simultaneously in your head. Your actions bring the outcome to light. Yeah, I wish we had evidence for that, Jeff Cage. Part of the plan. Not sure what that means. Read the Bible. How do we know the Bible's true? Let's see. So lots of claims. Last chance for you. Yeah. Well, we got to get to 20,000 likes and then I'll let people up. So tap away. Let's tap the screen. Let's support the live. Let's do everything we can to do that. So appreciate you all being here. But deconstruction junction. What's your function? Let's see. My proof that hell is real would be that the Demoness Crystal J exists. Absolutely. Absolutely garbage. That's a great name. Love that. Yeah. So it looks like it's decidedly believer in on TikTok and then decidedly non-believer on Deconstruction Junction. That's what it looks like. Let's see. So what else? Soulbeat78, welcome. Glad you're here. Good to see you. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to everybody again. So what do you think happens after death? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Let me ask you this. If you focus on love, what do you think the outcome would be? Do it for hate. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times if you focus on love, a lot of times good things will happen. Focus on hate, a lot of times bad things will happen. I'm not sure how that's evidence for hell's existence though. How do we know hell is real based on that? Yeah, thank you. I got this I got like this you can't really see it, but it's a what's it called? It's one of those wind screens, I guess. And I've been messing with my levels, so I'm probably not as like clippy and loud and all that. Okay, whether you have an encounter with the Lord or not, I'm sure he has great plans for you. Not sure how that relates to hell being real. Because there doesn't have to be a God for hell to exist, right? If you think nothing happens after death, then what stops you from having faith that Jesus is real? Because it's not believable, it's not true. So demonstrate it's true. I mean, I have no room for faith in my life. Faith is belief without evidence, and it is unethical to believe in things without evidence. That's my opinion. My worldview. You ought to believe in things with evidence. How do you not believe in something that is not real? A good question. How do you not believe in something that is not real? It's a bit of a mindfuck question. I was an atheist for a week. Then I looked up the word and became an agnostic. Okay. Let's skip forward. We got so many messages here. Faith is a dogma form of conviction. Yeah, I suppose. So I love studying world religions, mysticisms, and their various psychoactive methodologies, but raised with the values of Advaita Santana. I don't value faith, devotion, or worship. Yeah. Yeah, there were lots of guys named Yeshua and later Jesus, but as for the magic man, no reason to think it is or could be true. Yeah. Agreed there. In agreement. So let's see what else we got. Yeah, we're still pretty far away from the number of likes I need. We're still at 12,000. So let's keep tapping. Let's keep going while I check out the other places that people are chatting up. So welcome to all the people here. Okay, let's look at the queue. So we got Satk757 from yesterday who gets the fast pass. But then we've got Chain Pizzino, who's back again. Hopefully with evidence that hell is real. Curly fries are better. Bully 10. Road Jogan. Oh, Road Jogan's back. I'm not a mouse. Randy Cassingham. All right. Okay, we got him. We got it set. So we're almost there. We're about 70% of the way there. Almost 14,000 likes. So let's keep going. Let's keep tapping that screen. Let's see. You don't have to prove the truth. Yes, you do. You have to stand on the truth. How do you know that what you're standing on is true if you don't prove it? You won't believe till those demons come from you. You know what's really weird about that is since I stopped being a Christian, never had a demonic experience. Had demonic experiences, like experiences with demons, multiple times as a Christian, actually. And that mysteriously stopped when I no longer believed. It's kind of strange. It's a heck of a coincidence. Jesus loves you and died on the cross for you. We don't know that. Ricardo Kaka fan. Interesting. Have evidence in this life right now? Yeah, we have evidence in this life. We have evidence that life is here. But does creation begin with a thought? Not sure what that means, how that relates to the question. So that's not really relevant today. I joined the team. I joined the team. But don't I have to believe in them to join the team, SOTK757? Don't I have to do that? I mean, how do you join a team that you don't believe exists? But see, it's kind of interesting. Wouldn't you, because see, that's the thing. I don't believe in demons either. So why would they stop coming after me? You'd think they'd want me even more. Yeah, we got a line. So you guys got to wait in line. And we're at 18,000 likes. We're almost there. Amy has entered the queue. So we got you. And him. Now, Road Jogan didn't want to stick around, but that's okay. I don't take it personally. So, you believe in vibration? Yeah. You make your own heaven and hell. I suppose that's true in a metaphorical sense. And I'm talking about hell as a place, as it says in the Bible. The Quran and the Torah. All three of them describe a place similar to hell. Like hell, similar to hell. The Quran describes it as hellfire. Eternal lake of fire. We've heard that. In the New Testament, it talks about the places where demons are being tortured and chained. So they stop because they have you. No, they don't have me. I can't. How can something I don't believe in have me? That's silly. They definitely don't have me. What do you believe about life, about humans, about death? That's an extremely broad question. So you got to narrow it down, Grizel. What do you mean about life? They stop because they have you. That's just, and how do you know that? Demonstrate that. Give me evidence that they have me. Because, yeah, what does it look like being possessed by a demon? Being had by a demon? Let's see. Living my best life right now. Pretty healthy. I could use more sleep. Yeah, so what does it look, maybe that's what I'm going to start asking people. What's it look like when, if you think the devils have me, that the devil has me, what does that look like? What exactly does that look like? Okay. All right, let's start with Satke 757. Satke 757, you're back. How's it going? See if you can connect. It says you're connecting on this one, but having trouble on this one. Okay. Like I'm having a connection issue. Satke 757, if you can hear me, reconnect. Come back in, and here, I'll give you a moment. Come back in, leave the channel, come back in, and then or actually here, I can do this. Don't even leave. I can do this. Let's invite you up. Let's give you an invite. If you accept the invite, let's see if that works. You might have to leave and come back though. So if it doesn't work, then just leave and come back. So we're gonna give the fast pass person a chance here. So my pastor says it best, even the devil believes in God and he's not a Christian. Yeah, so I guess I'm worse than the devil, huh? Because I mean, I don't believe in either of them. There's no reason to believe in either of them. Over at DJ, Deconstruction Junction, it says atheism, it's 100% demon free. Gotta agree with that. I've lived my whole life like the billions of people who weren't raised to believe in Christian mythology without ever seeing anything that could make me believe in demons. It's BS. Yeah, that's true, DBK. I mean, that's what I'm saying is once I stopped believing, I no longer believed, like miraculously, the demon sightings went away. It was like a fucking miracle. What is the purpose of science? Not related to today's question, so I'm going to skip that one. They got me. They still got me. So did my invite work? Okay, well, here, Sake, here, tell you what. Let's fix that issue, and then I'm going to move on to the next guest. And but I'll bring you up next. You may have to leave and come back. So leave, come back, and re-accept or rejoin the guest queue. I'll go to Chain real quick, but I'll bring you up in a second. How's it going, Chain?
Hey, man, it's good to talk to you again here.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Sorry we got cut short. I had forgotten that it was just a follow-up routine lab work thing. It was telehealth thing with my doctor, and I forgot.
No
I didn't
worries.
check my calendar.
Yeah, no worries. Hope everything's good.
Yeah, everything's great. I'm doing great. So,
Excellent.
I
good to
got
hear.
last October, basically. I was 54 then, and had some test results coming back, and it kind of added up to one simple thing. If I didn't get my shit together, I was going to be in trouble. So I just did a big turnaround with exercise and working out and eating and stop drinking and all this stuff, and feel tons better now. So
it's great to hear.
Yeah, you can go to my profile actually and see a video I put up between a year and a half ago and a few days ago with the gym. It's like a kind of a comparison. Anyway,
that's cool.
Yeah, I think we were talking. One of our conversations was when you had this topic. What's your best evidence that hell is real? And so, yeah, there really, um, outside of the Bible, there really isn't any, objectively.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can talk about the paintings at the Vatican. I mean, but that's not really evidence. Those are
Yeah.
just artist depictions.
Well, yeah, because it sounds like to
Um,
me that really the idea of hell that we have today has a lot to do with Dante's Inferno. It
I
looks
have not read that.
you should, yeah. I read it senior year in high school. It's
It
interesting.
was written
Uh,
by Dumas. Was that Dumas?
Dante, I think it's Alighieri, I believe that's his last name, but it's Dante.
Okay,
If you just look up
okay,
Dante's Inferno, you'll find it. Yeah, and
okay.
it looks strikingly similar to the ideas we have about hell today. So it's kind of interesting because he's talking about the levels of hell, and it's kind of an allegory because Italy was in a big political upheaval at the time. Lots of corruption, lots of things going on. Right around the same time, I think Machiavelli released his book. Wrote his
Okay.
stuff. So yeah, and so that's just the interesting part. It sounds a lot like that. And so when I think of something like that, that everyone's beliefs mirrors fiction, kind of gives me pause. Makes me wonder.
Yeah, yeah, and I would say the same thing about heaven. I mean, a lot of people's ideas of heaven, um, you know, are based off precious moments figurines in the Christian bookstores and things like that.
Hmm.
It's like,
Yeah,
with, in my estimation, and being a Christian, I believe the Christian bookstore industry is basically built on a Gnostic worldview.
yeah,
Um, and so, now the Bible, I mean, the Bible actually really doesn't do a lot of defining of hell. It describes what it's like, a burning,
hmm,
a darkness, outer darkness. You're familiar with all the verses,
yeah. Well, there's
you
gnashing of
know.
teeth. There's burning,
Yeah,
outer darkness. There's lots of different descriptions. Demons are chained down there and tortured.
yeah,
Stuff like that. Yeah. So there's lots of different types of descriptions of it. But my question is, how do we all know that's true?
yeah. And I think outside of a spiritual relationship with God, there is no knowledge. There is no knowing it. I mean,
Hmm.
it's just bottom line. There just isn't, you know. And I think, this is not the kind of thing. I don't think this is something I would have said to you maybe on our first conversation, but I feel like, man, this is what, fourth or fifth time we've chatted now.
At least, yeah.
And so I would say that I'm hoping that we've talked enough now and enough times to where there's been a bit of a rapport,
I'd agree.
established to where, that I'm not one of the Christians that's going to come out aggressively out of the gate with a bunch of challenging talking points and all that just to try to prove, or whatever. That's just not the way I communicate. And so, as I have, because you're one of quite a few, I don't know, do you describe yourself as atheist or agnostic or both or
Agnostic atheist, yeah.
agnostic atheist?
Yeah.
Okay. You'd be one of quite a few agnostic atheists that I've chatted with, and not only on TikTok but other platforms or face to face. And a common phrase that I hear from a lot is the phrase "it seems to me," or "in my opinion." And so, for the problematic part of that, just philosophically, is it's naturally taking what is a human understanding and trying somehow to plug that into biblical mysteries to try and make sense out of things. And there is so much about the Bible where that's just, you have the perspicuous biblical texts, right?
Yeah.
Like one of the big ones, do unto others you haven't do unto you. So we call the golden rule, right? Well, Christian or no matter what someone's persuasion is, we all kind of believe that. The fact that that happens to be a verse out of the Bible just becomes a common part of our nomenclature, right?
Hmm.
And so that's, but then you have a lot of passages that are just have kind of spiritually discerned meanings, and then not only that, but then things that are just acquired by faith. And I think hell and heaven would be two of those things.
Yeah, I hear that. See, one of the things like you bring up that phrase, it seems to me, or in my opinion.
Sure.
And I think to me, that's probably the most epistemically or intellectually honest position to have in a
Sure.
lot of things. If you're not sure about something, or if it's, if there's evidence to one side, but there's not like indisputable facts or something like that, I think that's probably the best thing you can say. Because I side with fallibilism, that, a lot of things in this world that we know are provisional. And until we find new evidence, that this is what we know until we find new evidence to the contrary. And then we know more. So, a perfect example of that is geocentrism. At one time, everybody thought that the earth was the center of the universe, the sun,
Right.
everything, the sun and the moon revolved around the earth was flat,
Sure.
all this other stuff. And then we discovered heliocentrism, and that
Right.
changed. It was undeniable. So that's kind of what I'm talking about is, fallibilism won over, getting empirical evidence won over. We have evidence that, we live in a heliocentric solar system, right? So,
Right.
I would say that there's also a difference to me between believing in something with evidence and then believing in something without evidence. And and so for me, I can't believe in something without evidence. That's why I don't believe in hell. I don't believe in demons. I don't believe in God, anything like that. Here's a case in point. And part of the reason it's not, I don't think there's any evidence for hell and I don't think it exists, is because there's some parts of it that just don't make sense. So like when you say it's the mysteries of, divine mysteries, I say it doesn't make sense. Here's an example. You're familiar with the age of accountability?
Oh, yes.
Perfect. What would you say the age of accountability is? And it doesn't, and I don't want to squabble over that. I'll accept whatever age you say.
So actually, it's a great question, and I'm not going to dodge the question. It's a difficult one to answer because I actually have typically not been a part of theological / denominational circles that actually preach the age of accountability.
Mhm.
Although I myself believe that it's got to exist.
Yeah. And
So,
I don't think the number matters. If you
for
say
for
it's,
example,
yeah, if you say
people
it's
have asked me,
10 or if you say it's 14, I'll accept whatever number you think it is.
yeah, and well, I would say, like people have asked me before, what do I believe happens to babies who don't make it past infancy? I believe they're all in heaven.
Okay.
And the reason I believe that is, as a Christian, and I actually kind of replaced the terms in my opinion with the words as a Christian.
Hmm.
As a Christian, to believe anything other than that all infants are in heaven, man, that just is diametrically opposed to everything I believe about God's Father's heart.
Okay.
So
All right.
now, once we come up in age, I mean, I'd have a hard time answering that.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
yeah, well, just give it a number. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think infants have any accountability. So, yeah. So, yeah, give me a number. What would you say?
Um, I mean,
10?
everybody understands certain things.
12?
It's whatever. I honestly don't know. I really don't know. I couldn't tell you. I
Okay.
mean, everybody's gonna have a different opinion. I think a lot of Christians do say between 10 and 12. I think that's what a lot of Christians believe.
All right. Well, let's go with
And
let's
that may be something, if I go back and research that more, I may come back and say, I'm seeing a lot more evidence scripturally for
yeah.
a definitive number age of accountability. But it's not something I've really researched a lot on my own.
Okay. So, why don't we just say 12 just
Sure.
to kind of move the conversation along. So,
Sure.
okay. So, 12 years old, age of accountability. Let's say that there's a kid who now would you also say, would you agree or disagree that you can't go to heaven with unforgiven sins?
I would disagree.
You would disagree?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's interesting because it just depends who I talk to. Because like yesterday I talked to more than one Christian and they both said, no, you can't go to heaven without unforgiven sins. So this is interesting. So
So here, they qualify the answer. And because I got to tell you, I'm not saying this to be critical. I'm really not. Please understand. As I have interacted with other people on this platform who are Christians, and they say things that actually I really believe they are Christians. They get it. So many of them have no idea what's in the Bible. Other than quoting John 3:16 and a few others, I swear, I talk to atheists that know the Bible 5 times better than a lot of Christians do. And so I would say this, that when someone becomes a Christian, all their sins are forgiven, past, present, and future. And so no one has ever gone to heaven with unforgiven sin. A lot of people have gone to heaven having committed sins. They didn't get a chance to say, please forgive me, but those sins are forgiven. So even if they haven't asked for it post conversion, those sins are forgiven already anyway. Now, before someone goes thinking that's a get out of hell free card, no, because there are other Bible passages that we probably don't have time to go into now without doing a whole Bible study that would say otherwise. But that's what I believe.
So you would say, so we definitely know babies. You definitely know babies don't go to hell.
Right.
Would toddlers go to hell?
I don't think so.
Let's see, past that age, let's say between the age of 5 and say 8.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. But again, this is something where I can't go beyond thinking existentially with these questions. So I would need to go back before answering any further and do my own study.
That's fair. That's fair. So it sounds like, though, up to the age of accountability, let's just say this child is unrepentant, isn't a Christian, hasn't accepted Jesus, hasn't been baptized. They're not going to hell before the age of accountability.
Yeah, if we just say
fair.
age of accountability without having a number in mind, I would say that they're going to heaven. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So let's just say we have this kid. And I think we picked the number 12, the age of 12. So let's just say on their 12th birthday, like the minute the clock strikes midnight on their 12th birthday, their heart stops beating. Where do they go?
Man, that's impossible to answer. Let me ask you this. If you believed in the Bible, what would you say?
Oh, when I was a Christian?
Yeah.
Hell.
Okay.
We have to answer butts. They're going to hell.
I wouldn't be, and this is where, honestly.
Of course, I wasn't like you. I was the Bible thumping, in your face, repent or die, repent or go to hell, repent or burn forever type of Christian.
Yeah.
So
yeah, this is where I find I'm probably one of the most unsatisfactory Christians for any atheist to talk to, because I kind of strip the conversation of the excitement factor with someone being an asshole and being taken down piece by piece.
No, it's not about that. Yeah.
No. I know. Here's what I would say. That the thief on the cross to the right of Jesus. See, there we go. I knew it.
Hey, don't look at the chat.
I apologize.
No, it's okay. Okay, so
Don't
thief
worry,
on the
I never go for the kick pole.
All right.
No.
Thief on the cross.
The thief on the had never done a thing that would get him to heaven. He had never been to a Bible study. He had never known who Jesus was until hanging there. And yet Jesus knew what was in his heart right before he died, and he's in heaven right now.
Yeah.
And the best answer I can give to that is when he got there, and if an angel came up to him and the angel at the gate asked him the old Fort Lauderdale question that I'm sure you've asked people plenty of times: if you were to unalive tonight, where would you go? Right? You've asked that question before in your time.
Yeah, I've asked it before.
Yeah. You ever wonder why
I asked it way more as a Christian, but
you ever wonder why it was always tonight? Like nobody unalives during the day or the morning.
Yeah, exactly.
So
exactly.
At any rate,
because that's like when you have the least amount of like control, right? It's like if you die in your sleep. Yeah, if you're unalive in your sleep, you have like the least amount of control.
I think the only answer the thief would have had was the man on the middle cross said, "I can come," and that's the answer for anybody that goes to heaven.
I got you.
Yeah.
So then why does this kid who
and just in case somebody types it up, yes, I got that from Alistair Begg, so somebody's going to recognize that.
So this kid who unalives at the stroke of midnight on their 12th birthday. So if they have an evil heart when they're 11, and they still have an evil heart with their 12, then they go to hell?
That I mean, if someone is stone evil in their heart, I mean, what do you mean by an evil heart? I guess.
Oh, I guess, they're just thinking of evil things that are just against God's will, God's nature,
Yeah.
like what we consider to be evil. Like this kid is dreaming about becoming the next Shitler, let's just say.
Hmm.
And so he's
Right.
11 years old. So if he unalives at 11 years old before the age of accountability, he goes to heaven. However, at the stroke of midnight on his 12th birthday, his heart stops, still having dreams of becoming the next Shitler. Once, instead of saying, I want 6 million, instead of 6 million, I want to beat that. I want 7 million. This is what
Hmm.
this kid's thinking of. I'd say that's pretty evil, right? But now he goes to hell
Hmm.
because of a few minutes difference.
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
I would say it's impossible to know what's truly in someone's heart. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't know what's in yours.
No.
I mean,
Oh, I'm evil, baby. I'm evil.
well, okay. I mean,
No, I'm
I can,
kidding.
no, it's all good. I see the issue with, and I'm not saying these are bad questions. They're not. But the issue with questions like this, and trust me, I've heard so many, I and so many other Christians like myself who kind of swim in the world of apologetics, like I do, get these questions from non-believers all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and they really fall into one basic category, and that is they're from a fallible human understanding of eternal
Mm-hmm.
realities. So, I mean, this is verbiage you would have been familiar with at one time, I'm sure. And
Yeah.
that's there are a lot of those questions that I can't answer, and I think if anybody tries to answer those, I think they're probably in error from the beginning of even trying to answer them. You know, there are a lot more questions I can answer in the Bible study context among other Christians who begin with accepting the Bible is true,
Okay.
and then I can answer a lot more questions like that.
Okay.
But if somebody's coming at from the perspective of, I don't believe this is true, this is not existent, then there are I can't think of a lot of answers that are probably going to make sense, because I mean, think about it for a minute. And this is another thing. This is another thing I would not have said to you during our first conversation that I probably can now. And this is what I would say to a lot of atheists and agnostics. Either you're 100% correct that none of this is true. The Bible is just a man-made volume of nothing. God doesn't exist. Jesus never existed. If he did, he wouldn't be God. Heaven doesn't exist. Hell doesn't exist. Demons don't exist. Who knows where we came from? But hey, abiogenesis. Why the hell not? Okay, and then you're good to go. I mean,
Well, shit,
say,
we may make you an atheist yet, man. Stick around long enough, and you're going to be with us, Shane.
No, the problem is I'm a salesman. I can talk. I can make something sound very convincing.
You can make it sound very
Yeah.
convincing. All right.
I can talk the devil into going to church. I mean, I talk people into doing stuff. That's what I do as a realtor and a salesman, right?
That's hilarious.
No, but so if all those things, let's say all those things are true, well then I'd say somebody's good to go. No worries. If it might be true, if these places exist, if God is real, and if God is the powerful, destructive, evil God some think he is, well then if that were me, I would stop and ask myself, do I really want to piss him off?
Mm. Well,
With that presupposition, it's all true, right?
All right. Well,
now I'm asking that really, I hope you understand, very facetiously at this point.
oh yeah, I understand. I understand.
I almost put my video camera on so you could actually see my hand motions, so you could know I was being very facetious.
Oh no, I heard it. Now we're up against the kick pole. Do you want to stick around, or
you know what?
do you want to
roll the dice? Let's do it. Give
All
me a hand
right.
to throw me out.
Okay.
I'm man enough to take it.
I'd like to, because you brought up a pretty good point about rolling the dice to believe in God, whether or not to believe in God. All right. So this is Shane Pizzino's first ever kick pull. He usually dips before the kick pull. So let's see what happens. So you guys know what to do. Happy face to keep him around for another 20 minutes. So I can ask him about the Pascal's wager, or crying face to see the next guest. So, all right.
Anyone who puts up a happy face, I promise when I make $10 million, I will give you some royalties.
He'll send you 100K. No, I'm kidding.
There we go.
I just committed you. Yeah. But see, I'm an evil atheist. That's what I do. I just commit people to shit like that.
There we go.
Hey, I'll tell you, Shane, the other day, I think some atheists are still mad at me because last week I all condemned them to the Muslim hell.
Did you really?
Yes, I did. Because all you have to do is just tell them that Allah is the true God. And once they know that, then if they don't believe it, then they go to hell.
Right. Yeah.
You get the eternal hellfire.
what
Oh,
the
shit. I said it
Quran
again.
says?
Damn it. I said it
What's
again.
that?
Shit. I said it again. Damn it. All right. Well, all 84 of you, if you're not Muslim by now, you're all fucked. You're all cooked.
Does
Sorry.
the Quran say that?
Yes, it pretty much does.
Does it really?
Yes.
I mean, I know a little bit about the Quran,
Yeah.
not tons though.
Yeah. So if you know that Allah, if somebody's told you about Allah and now you know that Allah exists, now you know Allah is the one true God. All right.
So that
You won. Nice
I
job.
won.
Congrats. Yeah, 16 to
how
8.
much did I win? But what was the
Oh,
margin?
it was a landslide, 16 to 8. So you doubled.
Really?
Yeah, you doubled up.
You guys were the best. I'm serious. I love all of you, and I don't know you.
You did it. Congrats. Yeah. Che's pretty cool. This is like my 5th time talking to Chain. And they've all been really pleasant conversations. So
Pretty cool for a Christian, right? For one of those
pretty
people.
pretty cool for a Christian. Yeah. Yeah. Not bad.
One of those freaks.
No, okay. So let's talk about what you brought up about, okay, so if there is no hell, there's no heaven, there's no God, there's no demons, and abiogenesis, all that stuff. Great. Nothing happens, we're good. But now but there is a God, and this God is one angry, pissed off God, we better believe in that God. Did I hear that right? Something more or less?
Well, it was more like the what if, I'm just kind of trying to plug myself into
Mm-hmm.
imagination land here for a minute and saying, let's say I move from none of this is real, it's all a bunch of bullshit,
Yeah.
Yes, Christians can't cuss, believe it. All right, it's all a bunch of bullshit. Wait, what if this is true? What if this is true? And what if this God, wow, do I really want to be on the not so good side of these things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would be asking myself that, because if somebody to me, it seems to me, oops, sorry. If someone
It seems to me.
you caught that, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, right. Call me hypocrite. I am anyway. I would think that if someone was convinced in their heart of hearts that all of this is just a bunch of crap, well, who cares what other people think? Who cares why they think what they think? It's actually why it doesn't faze me at all. I've been in atheist chats where people have called me all kinds of names and said all kinds of things about Christians, and honestly, I hold a straight face so my giggle doesn't come across the mic, because it's like, it doesn't bother me. I'm convinced enough, and I am secure enough in what I believe that I do not need the affirmation from others to be comfortable in my own skin as a Christian, right?
Yeah, I hear that.
I guess I would wonder if someone really is convinced it's all a bunch of nonsense. It seems like I would hear a lot more security in what they say, and not you, than I do sometimes. You know what I mean?
Okay. Couple things to unpack there. So
Okay.
this is kind of how I see it. So ever hear of Pascal's wager?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So
I'm sure that's brought up a lot in this chat. Honestly.
oh yeah, it's brought up a lot.
Yeah,
So it comes up a lot. So
Who was
essentially,
a Christian?
yeah, who was. Now the issue with that is now we have to see, not only because it's not either Christian or nothing, like the Christian God or nothing. It is the Christian God plus the other 3,999 different flavors of God and all those religions out there that we got to contend with, right?
Exactly.
So we don't know, and that's the thing. We can't demonstrate which of these gods is the real God. So
Right.
you could believe in the Christian God, but you would agree with me, Shane, that if it is the Muslim God, we are both fucked. I will see you in hell. Without a doubt, right?
Mhm.
And I guess you and I are hanging out playing cards together while we're just getting eternally tortured,
I'm
So
a big time spades player.
yeah, exactly. I love spades, man. Yeah, I'll get those
Yeah.
books going. Shit, yeah. So, hell yeah, we'll do the blind seven all day. I'm with you. So we'll be partners. We'll be partners on spades. So what I'm saying though is that we can't determine if it's that god, if it's the Norse pagan gods, if it's the Wiccan goddess, if it's we don't know. And so to say to someone like me, hey, it's better to just believe in my God than not believe in any, because if you believe in my God, then at least you're covered. It's like insurance, right? It's like faith
Right.
insurance.
Sure.
So, but see, here's the other side of it. I'm stealing this from another creator, allegedly Ian, and a lot of you know what I'm about to say. What if it's a God, Shane, that actually does not want you to believe in any gods? And if you believe in any gods, this God will torture you forever and will actually send all atheists to heaven. So then it would be, so the incentive would be to not believe in any gods. So that'd be atheist insurance. So we just flip it. We just flip it around, and and you can't demonstrate it that way either. You can't demonstrate that that's not true. Just like I can't really demonstrate that a god's not real.
Right.
You see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, absolutely. So what if the only
let's just call it
God out there wants you to be an atheist, right?
Yeah.
Does that include not believing in that God?
Yeah, exactly. Including that God. Let's just call this God Skeptico.
Okay.
So it's the God Skeptico.
The God Skeptico.
Yeah, doesn't want you to believe in any gods, including this God.
Including his existence.
Including their existence. And if you do, you're going to go to hell.
Let's say we decide to obey. Who are we obedient? Who are we obeying?
Well, just by not believing, you're obeying Skeptico.
By not believing.
Mm-hmm.
So we're obeying what someone said to do that we don't believe exists.
Exactly.
Okay, so who is the source of the command to obey, to not believe?
Well, there is no source of command to obey. There is no source. It's just that this God exists.
Who is Skeptico again?
Is the God that does not want you to believe in any gods, including.
But where did the concept of Skeptico come from if he doesn't exist?
Oh, I just thought it up. But
okay.
But can we demonstrate that the Skeptico exists or doesn't exist?
Yeah. And for me, the conundrum again is exactly who we're obeying. It's kind of like a professor. It's kind of like an apologist I used to listen to a long time ago who was lecturing at the University of Nottingham. He was a Christian, and a student stood up one day and said, "How do I know I exist?" And he just lowered his glasses and said, "Well, whom should I say is asking?"
Mm-hmm.
And so, I would say that by obeying a source, we're both denying and confirming the existence at the same time. But let's just go ahead and entertain the paradox here and we got to embrace the paradox, right?
Exactly.
And maybe it's the antinomy that I spoke about several chats ago, right? Let's go ahead and embrace the antinomy here. Then if someone's convinced of that, if they really are convinced, there's only one thing to do, and that's act on it.
There you go. Yeah. That's it.
For me, get back to Pascal's wager, for me, it's not a bet, but it's something that it's a belief that I truly did come into on my own. I won't say outside of any input from others, because there had been input in my formative years, but after 15, 16, 17 years of seriously going on my own and really following the religion of selfism and hedonism. I was a true hedonist. I actually really was a truly practicing hedonist. That didn't work. It did not turn out well.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Christian faith is where I came back to. That has it always made me happy? No, but it has satisfied me, and I I am sufficiently convinced as to its veracity to rest my eternal hope on it
All right.
as an individual.
Let me ask you something. If you were born and raised in New
A
Delhi
Muslim household.
or Muslim household, I'd pick New Delhi.
Hindu.
So,
Okay, Hindu.
yeah, if you were born and raised in New Delhi,
Yeah.
what would you say the odds are that you be a Christian right now?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, short of, well, okay. So this is where sort of a golden nugget of what I believe as a Christian in the Bible comes into play, because the Bible says, as you're aware of, that God's saving arm is not limited by anything. That includes any scarcity of gospel interaction, no matter where someone lives, right? No matter what their cultural context is. And so, we could say, okay, short of interactions with any Christian missionaries, whether Indian or otherwise, right? Or no matter what country they're from, right? Short of that, the chances of their human interaction as an introduction to the gospel are pretty slim, right?
Yeah.
But I think the Bible's pretty clear that is irrelevant to God in terms of who He can and can't save. And so I would say that I cannot make a case for those people being screwed in terms of becoming Christians for that reason. The fact that I was introduced to it the way I was sort of happenstance.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
in terms of where I live and where I grew up.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at is, couldn't you have been a hedonist in India, not been of the Hindu belief, Hindu faith? Because there's plenty of non-believers in India, and there's plenty of non-Hindus there, but you could have lived kind of the same life, excuse me, and then introduced to Hinduism at some point, and so I'm just trying to understand, because it sounds like this is this, you got to this part by immersion, not so much by it's the truth. That's what I'm hearing.
So immersion. Now,
immersion and opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that, and a lot of people that were a part of the denomination I grew up in, which was the Reformed Baptist denomination. I think I might have told you that. Based on the London Confession of Faith of 1689, which you're familiar with probably, being drilled in the Westminster Shorter Catechism and growing up with sermons with 5 and 6 syllable terms that I probably can't remember most of them, but I could probably define them if they were, said. But a lot of people that were a part of that would say that, yes, we were introduced to a lot of Bible teaching. Yes, we were introduced to a lot of religion. How often were we introduced to the plain gospel of Jesus? Because those are not one and the same. And a lot of people kind of question some of the traditions of that denomination I came up in. So I would say that you could say that I was saturated in Bible teaching, but there was a way in which I was not saturated in it in terms of what it really does mean to come to saving faith. So, yeah, I can honestly say after 16, 17 years of hedonism, there was just a whole fresh new way that I came to a realization that was totally on my own. Yeah.
How much Hinduism have you been exposed to?
I've had friends that were missionaries in India. I know a little bit about Hindu beliefs. That's a religion where you have to really employ paradox. I heard from a guy one time that you can stand in front of 10,000 Hindus, preach the Christian gospel. You can be guaranteed that 6,000 or 7,000 will come forward, and most will have no idea what they're doing up there. And because there is a fascination and an acceptance of paradox that's just unhesitating. So if something doesn't make sense in their minds, it doesn't really matter.
Okay. One last question. I think this will probably be the last thing we can cover, because there's We're coming up on like 4 minutes left of your second
I've got a
term.
brand new friend here. Is it time for a new guest? That's going to
Yeah.
be a friend of
Oh
mine.
no, not necessarily. Unless you wanna try to go for a third term. But so my question is to you is
Yeah.
there's a tribe in the South America, the Paraha,
Mm-hmm.
and in their language they don't even have a name for God. And when the missionaries went down there, Christian missionaries went down there to talk to them about
Mm-hmm.
God and explain what it was. They believe in like spirituality and things like that, spirits and stuff, but they don't have a word for God in their language. When they tried to
Mm-hmm.
talk to them about God, they lost interest very quickly, extremely
Mm-hmm.
quickly. So they were exposed to religion, and in fact, one of the missionaries turned atheist because of this. And where would you say that they're going to go when they die? Do they go to heaven or hell?
I would say that if that person, I mean, there's really, I think there's, in terms of who goes to heaven or hell, there's only one answer. And it has nothing to do with someone's lifestyle choices. It got nothing to do with anyone's mode of thinking. It's, I would say the only reason I'm going to heaven is because I have put my 100% faith in Jesus for my salvation. That's
Mhm.
it. It's got nothing to do. In fact, I could sit here for 2 hours and just from the last 48 hours name off reason after reason after reason after reason after reason after reason, choices I've made, things I've done, areas I've messed up from minor to major as to why I would not go to heaven if it was based on my actions. I
Okay.
could do that every single day. And so if I would just say, based on what I've said, that that's the one and only reason why, go the opposite direction, and that'll tell you the answer.
Okay.
And yeah,
Because then it sounds to me then that
because I know people that not because of anything I think, but because of what they've told me. I have friends who will tell you, no, I'm not a Christian, and no, I think it's a bunch of crap. And in terms of how they help their community and how they serve people and the good things they do, oh, they outshine me big time.
mm,
They put me to shame.
yeah.
I'm just fully admit that.
Okay.
But yeah, I know it's time for, you know what, you want me to roll the dice one more time?
It's up to you, man.
Okay,
This
let's
is
have a
your-
little fun here. Let's do it.
All right. Okay. We have like a minute and a half left. So let me ask you this one, and then we'll do the kick pull. So I'm
Okay.
trying to squeeze every minute we can out of this, So
Gotta-
yeah, I'm trying to squeeze it. What was the question that I had?
Sure.
What was the question that I had? Okay, so well, it sounds like then that there's more than one way to get into heaven, because you had said earlier, well, it all depends what's in the person's heart. So if they don't,
Yeah.
if they're not a believing Christian, they could still get into heaven. I think that's your personal opinion.
No, no. When I
They
said
have to. Okay.
what I said is all. It's all a bit depends on what's in their heart. What's in my heart is 100% trust in Christ for the remission of my sins. That's
Okay.
what's in my heart.
All
And
right.
so that's and I
Okay. So since you cleared that up,
this.
I think
Yeah.
then that the Paraha that I mentioned, this tribe, there's no chance they're going to heaven.
Was that
There's no chance that this Paraha, anyone in this Paraha tribe is going to heaven, because they were introduced to God. They don't have a word for God in their language,
but
and
one thing you'll
they
never
don't believe in it.
Yeah, but one thing though that you probably will never hear me do is answer definitively as to where I can see that person's heart. I just never will. And actually, there are Christians out there who disagree with me on that. That think I should be more affirmative, and I just can't.
Hmm. Sounds like
and I
we're
just,
straddling, because if you can't go without Jesus, without believing in Jesus,
Yeah,
but if you don't believe, but then these Paraha don't and won't believe in Jesus, then there's no way they can go to heaven.
I think there's a chance that people who should have been in heaven were surprised they got there.
Okay, so there's a shot. All right. So there's a chance.
Sure.
All right. Okay, we'll stop right there. We'll pause right there. Okay.
I'm willing to take a risk.
Next
This is
round.
kind of fun.
Okay, so this is the poll is on. The kick poll is on. So please vote. Happy face again to keep Shane, or crying face to go to the next guest. But no shame, man. A lot of times people don't make it past the first one. They don't make the second term, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I don't know what your experience has been, and and even if your answer is biased, that's fine. I would, but it just seems like a lot of the, especially among the deconstructionists, a lot of the atheists and agnostics, they seem really angry.
I think, yeah, there's gonna be some hurt feelings there, and I think they're
And I
processing
get
their
it. If there's a
feelings.
background of church hurt, I totally get it because I've had that myself. It's
Yeah,
just that I'm reminded from it.
yeah, and I think there is because I talked with people who are in the middle of deconstructing. I think a big part of it is that it's not so much the church hurt, because I think it's a very big umbrella term, because that goes a lot of ways.
Okay.
A lot of the church hurt can come after the person is deconstructed. Like, for
Sure.
example, when people are told you didn't really believe, um, and when there's a lot of these people who gave their heart and soul to the church, or
Mhm.
and I'm saying that metaphorically, of course, because I don't believe in
Sure.
souls, but they gave their all, and they wanted to believe, like I wanted to believe very much so. It was
Sure.
really tough to lose my faith, really, really tough.
Okay.
And and so when you hear that word church hurt, and when believers ask you, oh, who hurt you, it just sounds extremely condescending. It's extremely
Sure. Okay.
condescending, and it's a slap in the face
I
when,
mean, I hope I haven't come across like that. I have
yeah,
not intended to. I mean,
yeah. And I think, and it's just kind of making people aware. That's what I mean.
and I
Be,
was just expressing like an observation.
oh
I
yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
just,
yeah. I know you didn't mean it
just
in any
vibes.
way. I know you didn't mean it in any way. I'm just saying that's how they perceive it. That's how it lands. You may not mean it that way, yet
Sure.
that's how it lands. And so when they hear stuff like that, when they're basically told you weren't really a believer, when that's implied, it's very hurtful, because
Okay, I got you.
because because you're talking about a lot of these people. Like I said, they gave a lot to this belief, and
Mhm.
and so that's where a lot of it goes. The other thing is that you got to be honest. Like, when we pose tough questions like these
Yeah.
these dilemmas, we
Sure.
get a lot of word salad, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating to hear.
Well, see, I'm glad you do because it's especially, I think, especially talking with you, it's actually made me think harder. It's made me work harder about, I believe, what I do. So
Yeah,
now it may have had the effect nobody intends. It's actually made me stronger in my faith as a Christian. So I'm sorry, but
yeah.
anyway, it's got me studying harder. So
All
yeah,
right.
it's a good challenge. Yeah. Anyway, what did I
Okay.
do?
Well, it was 9 to 2 to see the next guest. So,
Ew.
but that's okay.
It's
That's
all
all right.
good.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's 40 minutes is nothing to be ashamed of. So that was
Well,
good.
I'm willing to extend my Christian love for them, even though they voted me out.
All
How's
right.
that?
That sounds good. That's all we can ask for. Hey, Shane, I appreciate you coming up again. And again, of course, you're welcome back anytime. Come on back.
Hey, I appreciate you
All
too,
right.
buddy.
Have a great one.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool guest. He's he's kind to talk to. Somebody asked me, why did I stop believing? Well, it started with reading the Bible. I read the Bible cover to cover. And when that happened, saw a lot of things that were questionable. Went and asked questions. Didn't get a lot of good answers. Didn't get really any good answers. Kept reading. Kept doing my thing. And the more I read, the more questions I had. And until ultimately it just got to a point where it just wasn't believable anymore. So, okay, Amy said you were kicked off the live, but you were still on the list, and I did write you down. So we've got Satk757, because he had a issue with connecting earlier, so he's next. Early fries are better after that, and then Amy. Hold on. Oh my gosh, this live studio is so dumb. There we go. There's my list. Yeah. Then we have Amy. So that's who I got. So we got 3 in the queue right now. I got you, Amy. So if you get kicked again, see, I wrote your name down. So if you get kicked again, then I got you. All right. Let's take a peek. Yeah, we're ready for the next guest, because we got more than we're past 40,000. Well, let's get to 60,000, so then I can just go right to the next guest. But I'm just gonna see what people in Deconstruction Junction said. So what'd you guys think of that Talk with Shane over at Deconstruction Junction. They're all kind of they kind of have their own conversation going, which I'm fine with. I'm totally fine with. And yeah, see, I hated myself for most of my life until now, needlessly, because of my sexuality. And I lived most of my life in fear for no reason. That made me angry. The church hurt was and still is extreme disappointment in the behavior of Christians. There's that too. So see, it takes on a lot of different things. So when believers just kind of say church hurt, you say it a lot of times, it comes off as very condescending and very dismissive. And I think that really, it's just like a lack of empathy. And it really, and I think that kind of pokes the needle right at the sore spot, you know? I think for me, I don't get frustrated so much at this. I think my whole thing is that, you know, I get approached a lot because I live in an area where it's a very conservative area. I get approached a lot about going to church. We get flyers in the mail a lot about different churches. There's like 3 or 4 churches or no, more than that. There's like a half a dozen churches within like a mile, like a mile radius. It's kind of wild, including like, there's one, like literally I can walk down the street. I could walk outside my door and see it, walk about 100 feet and look down the street and see it. And then if we walk a little bit further down, there's another one. And then a little bit further down, there's another one right after that. But we get mail from them all the time. In addition to all the other churches in the area, I get people at the store trying to get me to go to church. I get, you know, people knocking on my door all the time. And so I think that if people are going to knock on my door and they're going to try and get me to go to church, they're going to try to tell me that this God is real. I think the least you can do is give evidence. That's the least you can do. Just don't expect people to just believe it. I mean, I think that's fair. So I get a lot of people who get mad because I'm asking for evidence. They say I'm rage baiting, which is crazy. That's ridiculous. I'm not rage baiting. I'm asking for evidence. If it's too much to give evidence, then don't expect people to believe it. I mean, it's that simple. Just walk away if you can't do that. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. SOTK757. Hopefully the tech issues have been worked out. I'm optimistic. And I think looks like we have. How you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I changed my profile picture to one of the worst atheists on TikTok because he is opposite of you.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. I was going to start off and telling the chat that if anybody does not know Trust, he is a kind he's a kind man. I think he really is a Christian deep down at heart from his actions, because of how kind and gentle he is. I always tell my wife, I'm talking to the most kind atheist every time I talk to you. So he is respectful. I appreciate you. I think he's a Christian. He just doesn't know it.
Okay. Well, from you, that's a compliment. All right.
Yeah, you're great, bro. I appreciate you. I don't want to I did, because you and I are very similar. The epistemology, the study of knowledge, you provoked me, and I really appreciate it. I went back and did a deep dive study in Leviticus 11. We don't have to do this about the chewing of the cud and all that.
Yeah.
And I've got it broken down, but we'll save that for another time.
Okay. All right. So yeah,
I did the bat thing.
You did the bat thing. All right. Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, the topic, we'll just stay on the topic, is what is your best evidence of hell?
Yeah, and not counting personal experience. That's my only line.
Okay, so not counting personal experience.
Yeah.
And I would just say simply, because I have done the study myself and I've deconstructed a lot of what I believe, but it has to start from, do you believe it? Can you prove it from a scientific spot? Is hell real scientifically?
Okay.
And I would tell you, as a Christian, there's not one Christian on the planet that can. It's impossible. And I think you would agree. That's probably why you asked this question, because it's a provoking question.
Yeah.
You scientifically cannot prove it scientifically.
All right. Can we prove it any other way?
That So have you heard of a man named Pim van Lamel?
No.
Okay, so this is a evidential study. He is a cardiologist,
Okay.
and he did a scientific study on 344 patients. So experiencing near-death experiences, and he did a
Okay.
study on them. And he has evidence of people who have encountered what would be, I guess, in our carnal minds, hell would be like.
Okay.
And if you can, his name is Pim Von, and then last name is Lommel.
Okay.
He did a study, and that would be, I mean, that was one of the things that I really looked into that as well, because I like to, I don't want to just believe something because someone told me to or say
Mm-hmm.
it, because I want to be explained or shown or make it logically make sense, and sometimes I can't, and you have to have faith to believe in something. Just like we can't prove that God does not exist, and we can't prove that God does exist scientifically.
Okay.
Correct? Would you agree? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
So, and then, so if you look into this study, because it can take forever to go, you can look at all of the case studies he has, and then there's like 18% of them that the patients reported some near-death experience where they've died, came out of their body, and they came back to life and said they had this. This is what they saw. This is what they experienced, and it was described as a horrific experience that we would describe as what hell would be like.
Okay.
So that would be my only, like, that's not my personal, but just a study from a cardiologist that did a study on a case study.
Okay.
So I guess that would be one thing, and I guess you would have to take time to do some research to fact check it and stuff.
Okay. Well, because there was a study that came out in March of 2025 for NDEs. And it's in if you want to go look at it, it's you can look at it on the Nature website. And and so what it talks about is that they found a strong correlation between NDEs and the abnormal rise of carbon dioxide in the brain, combined with lower than level normals of oxygen in the brain.
Right.
And that they pinpointed to the exact location of where these NDEs happen in the brain. So there's that piece of it. The second piece of it is in patients who had a trauma to that area of the brain and survived and woke up and lived, none of them had an NDE.
Okay, according to this study.
According to this study, yeah. It was a pretty comprehensive study, like years and years and years, thousands of patients. Then we have also other data from other studies where they tried to, they were measuring and testing like what patients would see on their NDEs. Like, for example, for the patients who floated above the, like the room, like went up into the ceiling, things like that, they would put messages on paper in the ceiling. And then they would ask him, what did the paper say? And none of them got it right. They would put hidden things around the room, hidden objects around the room. And none of the patients could pinpoint where any of these things were in the room. So that's the interesting thing. The other thing is that there's strong correlations between like what your belief is and what type of NDE you'll have. So Christians will tend to have Christian-based NDEs. Hindus will tend to have Hindu-based NDEs, Muslims, etc. And so when we look at all that body of data, how could you tell, like this the study from Pim, how would you be able to distinguish whether this was an actual NDE, like they actually went to hell, versus an illusion?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's what I was just researching into, is what they experience. It describes some of the things that would, like the Bible would describe of what hell is potentially going to be like.
In fact,
so
there is somebody in the chat who has had an NDE. So
yeah,
I'm going to invite him up because.
So I've looked the Pascal wager that he brought up. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I am familiar with it. But before we get that, let's I'd like to, because here's, yeah. Did I bring up Forever Atheist last time?
You bring him on. You bring him on every time I'm with you.
Oh, well, about NDEs, yeah, pretty much. Did we talk about NDEs before? I don't think we did.
No,
Okay.
no, it was something else.
All right. Cool. Yes, he is. Absolutely. So, Forever Atheist, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So, this is the opportunity. So, next time an NDE topic came up, here you are. So,
yeah.
would you like to, so what do you have to share about it?
Well, it was a pretty crazy experience. It's kind of like both exciting, kind of scary. It's a lot of mixed emotions when it happened. It was like seeing a very bright white light and almost feeling like I was flying.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever think or can imagine like trying to fly, like hang gliding,
Right.
but like on a bird or a dragon per se, because of the way the motions and everything that was going, and then seeing the bright light and getting closer and closer to it, and then after that, it was just that experience right there, and it was like having peace. Pretty much what a lot of people explain, but it didn't convince me of anything to say that there's a God or an afterlife.
Got it. Okay. Got it. And so I just remember you saying earlier, when I was talking about how come I've never, like, ever since I realized I was atheist, I haven't had any experiences with demons. And then you said, well, because they have you. Well, I would say that you might have been saying that as a joke, but
yeah, I was joking.
Yeah, I know. So I'm not really holding you to that. However, there are people who actually believe that, right? And so Forever Atheist, I think he's been an atheist since the day he was born. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All my life.
So why didn't he have a demonic type NDE?
I mean, that's a good question. What did the white light represent for you?
I don't know. I mean, think about like being in a tunnel, and all of a sudden you're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel, kind of thing. I mean,
what do you think that represented?
Hard to logically explain my exact emotions and feelings about it, but
right.
I mean, and the mind can only predict what you believe or
right.
what you know. So I mean, your mind's not going to come out with something that's totally beyond your own comprehension. So your brain cannot do that.
Did you get to the end of the tunnel, or did you come back to life before you got to the end of the tunnel?
No. It was like being at the end of the tunnel where the light was there, and then the feelings of flying or floating, but erratic, not like smooth flying or anything like that. But it was erratic. That's how I felt.
But isn't it kind of strange how the Bible calls the light of the world, like who the light is, like what his name would be considered light, and you saw a light?
Yeah, that could be too. But have you ever been knocked out? I'm not saying that that's a wonderful thing, but when you get knocked out, you see a big flash of light.
I don't know if it's all the time, but I don't recall seeing a light, but I have been knocked out.
Yeah, well, I've been knocked out. Not. I hate to admit it, but a couple times.
Yeah.
But you should see the other person he fought.
Exactly.
He ended up a lot worse.
Yeah. Well, I was a thug skateboarder kid when I was younger, so. But yeah, and both times that I've been knocked out, there's a big flash of light, and it's quick, and then all of a sudden, boom, I came to. So now thinking about it, that the NDE was being knocked out, but for a long period of time. And that's what I see. And then all of a sudden, that's when I came to. But yeah, my heart stopped for over 4.5 minutes. So that's.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. That's awful. I'm glad you're here.
Oh, yeah, me too. Yeah, me too.
So was my family.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, those are, yeah, it's great. It's hard to, like, someone's near-death experiences can be different in what they experience, and some people see this wild, crazy fire and people going crazy. Some people see a light. Some people like that little kid, that video that went all around viral with a young boy
Mm-hmm.
that said he was in, like he's looking at Jesus and talking to him, saying how beautiful he is. Then you have that young kid that had a NDE who came back to life and drew that portrait of this is what the man I saw that greeted me.
Yeah.
Like we can't prove that's Jesus. We can't, but it's like some of the stuff that we're seeing and hearing these NDEs are it's interesting, but we don't know because it wasn't ours, but we can only
Right.
go based off of ours.
And see, I think this is kind of my point, is this is why I was like, you know, anything besides personal experience. And I let this in a little bit limited scope only because you know, and I think you're making the point I was about to make, and that we can't decipher which is the true experience. So
Right, exactly.
yeah,
And it's
and
hard.
it's
agree with
hard.
you.
Yeah, it's hard. And that's why I'm like, you know, that's why I don't want to entertain a lot of it. And you
Right.
know, and you've been up here several times, so I'm cool with
Yeah.
it. And
Um,
but I wanted to kind of really drive home that point. So
Yeah.
it's really hard to call that evidence. Like anecdotal experiences are really hard to call evidence.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't
And
research it. It just means
I
that
agree.
alone isn't
Yeah.
evidence. Yeah.
And then just this kind of ties to a little bit of what that you were saying, that guy went to that tribe in that rural area.
Baraha, yeah. It's in
But
South
do we
America.
have okay? So on that is they didn't believe in God, but do we know, or can you send me something of the message of what he said to them? Do you know
Yeah, I mean, he
what
was a
was
missionary,
told to him?
so I
Yeah,
would say that.
but some Christians are not, like what they said could have been very offensive to their culture. Maybe he didn't understand, and he told them, if you don't believe, you're going to die, and they got offended. Like the message, sometimes you have to be all things to all men when you're sharing.
Mhm.
So like for me, when I'm sharing my faith, I don't talk about Jesus. I want to know who you are. I want to eat dinner. I want to get to know you as a person. And I want my life to represent who I am. I'm not going to shove this man that I believe down your throat. I want to be your friend. I want to know you. And I think that can become like culturally, was it offensive? So like that stuff, I'm like, what did he say? What was the context of this? Like they were angry enough to say, I don't want to believe any of this. So if that's a fair assessment.
Mhm. Yeah, if you look up, the name is Dan Everett, and I'll put
Okay.
it in the chat. And so that's the former missionary, and my understanding he's now an atheist. But if you look him up, and then it's called Paraha.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
look that up.
yeah, and if so, it's Praha, but there's like a tilde somewhere, but I don't know where. But if you just type in Paraha Dan Everett, you'll find it. There's a Wikipedia page on it, and then he's got his own page. So there's lots in.
So what is your take about hell? Okay, hell is real. This ties into the Pascal wager, to where, like for me, I would rather take a risk that when my life is over, that I have an opportunity to spend in paradise, and believe that and take that risk, opposed to there is nothing in the afterlife.
What would you say the percentage risk you're taking is?
100%.
100% risk? Okay.
Yeah.
And see, the difference is that how do you guard against it? What if it's one of the other 4,200 religions?
Then I took the wrong one, but I'm
Right.
putting my one in that has the most historical evidence.
The most
And
historical evidence?
It's the most sold book on the planet, the Bible.
Okay. So
And so I believe in that. It's the most sold, most popular. It's the most factual book that has evidence on the planet, and the Bible is the most sold book ever.
Now, is it because it's the most sold book ever, or is it because of the historical evidence? Because the reason why, is it, what would you say is what has more weight for you?
I would say yes.
Yes to both, because here's the thing. So for one, Zoroastrianism is an older religion, right? And they're still practicing Zoroastrians, so that has more historical evidence than Bible than Christianity. Let's see what else. Hinduism has more historical evidence than Christianity. Now it's not those, and Hinduism is way more popular than Zoroastrianism. Though it's not, they don't have like the most sold books on earth.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so if we
So
look at it from that perspective, then, you know, so that's why I asked, you know, what the weight is. So
yeah,
now would you lean
I
on the fact that, because it sounds like because it's popular, because Christianity's
yeah,
popular.
I would say that's a fair point, but because of my own, it is a personal experience thing. I've done a religious study on these different religions, and the
Hmm.
Bible, from my understanding in my study, prove me if I'm wrong or give me an example, is the only religious book where it claims that Jesus is alive, like he's the Godhead Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, God in the Holy Spirit. Jesus, it's the only one that claims that he is alive. All like Hinduism, the gods are dead. Muslims,
Oh no,
their
they're not
prophet's
dead.
dead.
Gods are all alive in
It's
Hinduism. Yeah.
well, what they worship, like Jesus.
Okay.
I guess they Krishna or whatever they who,
Yeah,
but it's the
Krishna's
only one.
alive.
Just
Yeah, they believe Krishna's
yeah.
alive.
So out of all of it, and to be honest, and not to be funny, I can't keep up with Hinduism. There's so many. I mean, I'd be worn out from worshiping thousands of gods. I
Oh,
couldn't
well,
keep up.
that's interesting because there's actually there's a, because they don't actually believe that. It's more like these are, the way you could equate it is they're like they're like lesser gods. So there's like a hierarchy to it. There are a lot of gods, but there's a hierarchy to it. And
Right.
then you can use, and then one becomes like your champ, like your avatar, your champion, something like that.
Right.
It
You
it
got to
goes
have
like
all
that.
these
But
things.
that's like one flavor of it. There is another one that they just worship the singular consciousness. So there's
Right.
that one. So it's a lot more like monotheistic in nature. So
Right.
there's, you know,
So
so there's a lot of different kinds of it. Yeah.
so the Pascal wager thing, do you think that's a fair with so like is that a bad thing to take a risk
Well,
in hopes of paradise
I would
or heaven?
well, my whole thing to that is what I was trying to get at with the previous guest is that if you don't have any more evidence that your religion is true than other religions, then you're taking the exact same risk everybody else in these religions are taking. So you basically
Well,
have the
yeah.
same risk that I have, 1 in 4,200 shot. So
Right.
if it indeed is one of these religions, like example Islam, in which there is definitely eternal hellfire for those who don't believe, then
You can't say that, remember?
yeah, oh shit,
Now we all know.
shit, I said it again. Damn it. Ugh. Yeah. So for those who are new to the chat, you are now doomed to Muslim hell.
Bye bye.
Sorry.
You see the
Sorry
picture
about that.
behind trust?
Yeah.
That's where you're going.
That's where you're going. So if you're not a Muslim, that's where you're going. Sorry. I did it again. Fuck.
Yeah. Now it's on you. The onus
Yeah,
is on you.
it's on me. Yeah, and I'm gonna get it the worst because I led everybody to hell. So Allah is just gonna come down, like just come down on me. So
That is funny.
yeah, so yeah, you and I are pretty well. I'll get the worst of it, but yeah, you and I are gonna be in eternal hellfire. You know, with Allah. Just
Yeah, because we know now.
yeah, now we know. So that's what I mean. Is that, you know, how do you know that you're taking the right risk?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's a great, but all boils down to your personal. This is what aligns with what I
Yeah,
think that I'm going to go to or believe, and I'm going to take a risk with following. Yeah, it is popular. One of the most popular most ever written book on the planet.
yeah,
This is what it says. I'm going to take a risk and go after that one.
yeah, exactly. So that's, you know, so that's what Pascal's wager is all about. And, you know, now if it was just your religion or nothing, then you'd have a coin flip, right?
Right.
You know, with nothing else, nothing
Right,
else.
nothing else. Right.
Yeah, with nothing else. You know, with all the information you have, but no other religions, it'd be a coin flip. And
That's kind of what you would say you're doing then, because you believe
I
in nothing.
I likewise have like a
In
1 in 4,200 shot. Yeah.
well, you're a coin flip because the 1 in 4,200 you say doesn't exist, and then your other side is nothing,
Yeah,
right?
it's not so much because even though I am saying either gods don't exist or they do, because then the next step is, okay, let's just say it was demonstrated to me that a god exists. Now we have to figure out which god exists,
Okay.
right?
It's a fair, yeah.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
So yeah, so you might as well just say it's a one. I have the same odds that you do, 1 in 4,200. Well, you know, maybe slightly
Give or
less.
take.
Yeah, maybe a tiny bit
Some-
less, but
Some of them
negligible.
Are like, yeah, they're not real.
Yeah, negligible.
Yeah.
Negligible. So yeah, so if we can't, and that's the thing, and I've done these lives for a year, and I've talked to people of all different beliefs, all different faiths, all different religions, and I've yet to have anyone give me any more evidence of one being more true than the other. It hasn't happened, and I don't think it will. Although
So-
I'm hopeful that it will one day.
Okay, just so the thoughts on the hell part, people that do bad things, because you like to say evil, like we've talked about this, like, do you think that there should not be any type of accountability, or do you think their life being over is their accountability? And if that's the case, why would it not? What does that prevent other people from doing horrific things all the time if there's no accountability
Yeah.
for like an afterlife?
Well, see, that's an interesting thing, because I don't think it's enough for me to believe in an afterlife, because of the fact that I don't think it's fair that people who let's say who die on this earth before having any accountability happen to them don't get any account, like they get away with it, right? To me, that's not enough to believe in a God. And I would say that there are plenty of people who don't believe in gods. Like I don't walk around murdering people, stealing, lying. I don't do any of that. And so what do you suppose is keeping me in check? And Forever Atheist doesn't do it anyway. Well, there was that one time he was gone for 2 weeks because he had to do some jail time, but no, I'm kidding. That's not it. It's not it at all. He's probably even more ethical than I am. But what keeps people like me and Forever Atheist in check if we don't have a God to do it?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's a fair question, but that also doesn't keep the people who do, like, if there's no hell, then there's no ultimate justice for the people that commit, like, Schmittler and selfless people that do horrific things, like people that do horrific things. Then hell would be an ultimate guarantee of justice for their horrific stuff.
Well, I will say, just to respond to the Hitler comment, Schittler comment, excuse me. He knew that he was going to go to Nuremberg, and he knew what was going to happen. So he ended up getting what he was going to get anyway. I mean, he just ended up doing it. So he took the punk way out. Don't get me wrong. And there isn't a measure of justice that he did not face his accusers. Yes, I agree with that.
Right.
He did, but he got what he was going to get. I mean, it was going to happen. Yeah, there was no way he was going to be like, and even then, if he just spent the rest of his life in prison, that would suck too. I would say so. Either way, he got his, and on top of that, we can't even say the dude's name on TikTok. Like, how fucked up do you have to be that we can't even say your name without me getting shut down? Like, if I say it, I'm like, oh, I might get shut down. There's people who his family have changed their names. It's like his legacy is just forever in human history. He will be infamous, right? To me, that's pretty bad. Even though he's not here to feel it, that's still pretty bad to me. So yeah, I get the desire to him to get his in the afterlife. I get that. I don't know if that's enough for me to believe in a God, because I want Schittler to get his in the afterlife.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I think anybody with a heart and a brain would say this person deserves a lot more than him dying.
That would be, and I will add this. That would be one reason for me to want an afterlife. Like one
That's
small
fair, that's
reason is
fair.
people like him to get theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fair. That's why.
So I get it. Yeah.
You're the best on this TikTok. You're reasonable, and you have a good understanding of some things and bring some good perspective. Now, you would agree that Jesus was a real human being? That
I would
Jesus in the
agree.
Bible?
Yeah. I slightly lean in that favor. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what is interesting is how much that Jesus talked about hell.
He mentioned it at least several times. Yeah, at least a few times.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? And he would be considered a prophet. as well. People would say Jesus was a prophet, Jesus was the son of man, Jesus was the son of God, you know, the son of David.
Mhm.
He's several. So he talked about hell. Was he just making that up, or what do you think he was meaning when he talked about hell?
I think it was a product of the belief at the times because they all had, you know, because everybody believed in a hell, in an afterlife, you know, because there's Hades in Greek mythology.
Sheol.
Yeah, Sheol, Gehenna, you know, places like that. Well, they all had their version of the underworld, even
Like the eternal punishment, Matthew 25.
yeah, something like that, like eternal punishment or just a dark place where bad things happen, you know, where tortured souls go. You know, there was a lot of that belief. So that's been around for quite a while. And I think that is born of what you were saying, you know, people who've done bad things and who quote unquote get away with it up here, then it has to happen to them someplace, you know, else.
Okay. Now, I have a pretty, I don't know, you may have heard this before, but I like to understand my definition of what hell would be.
Mhm.
Is kind of would be simple, would be you are eternally separated from the characteristics or the peace, love, kindness, goodness, self-control, good, you know, all the characteristics of who God claims to be. You are eternally separated from that. So his presence, which brings, according to scripture, the fullness of joy, you will no longer experience joy. You will no longer experience happiness. And that in and of itself is a torture.
Okay. Okay. And there, wouldn't you agree? And I'll pose this question to you and then sit on it because I'm going to do a kick poll, but we're like 10 minutes overdue. But wouldn't you agree that there are people who experience that now?
I experience, you mean eternal hell?
Yeah, like what you're saying. There's no joy. There's no, you know, there's no joy. There's
As
no
a,
peace. There's, I mean, there's some
would,
pretty tormented people here who are
would they
walking on earth
consider
now.
themselves, would they consider themselves Christians or Bible believe, you know, followers of Jesus, Christians?
Some yes, some no. Hold that thought.
Yeah.
Let's do the kick poll real quick. All right. So doing my kick poll with Satke, and of course I love talking to Satke. He's a good dude. But happy face if you'd like to move to the next or keep Satke, or crying face to move on to the next guest. So voting is open now.
Are you in Virginia? You're
Me?
in Virginia?
I am not.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I thought you said you were in Virginia.
Mm-mm. I am not. But yeah,
You in
let's.
the Bible Belt?
I am not in the Bible Belt. I'm on the West Coast.
Okay.
But I live in a pretty conservative part. So let's keep voting, and let's make sure that Sake gets a fair shake here. So got about 20 seconds left, and remember, if you put your own emoji, your vote will not count. You have to use the buttons at the bottom of the chat screen. So you'll see 2 buttons and a countdown. Just tap one of those to have your vote entered in. So it looks like you're gonna make another. Yeah, it looks like you're gonna make another 20 minutes here. So nice work.
Thanks. I think I'm 100% on these. I've never been kicked yet.
Yeah, I think so. So nice job. Nice job. Okay. So to your point, yeah, I think that wait, what was your question again? I know you were asking me about location, but it was before that. Before we went to the kick pool, you asked me something.
We were talking about my experience of what I
Oh, people
feel
who
hell.
personally like
Yeah.
yeah, because I was saying there are people who walk the oh yeah, you're asking if they're Christian or not Christian or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say some because like I'm just going by what people say in my chat and like what people have told me. So it kind of
Right.
runs, yeah, it doesn't really have anything to do with like what their beliefs are. There's people who have, you know, who believe that, you know, hell is a state of mind and that, you know, so it's all based on that.
But hell does not. So according to scripture, hell is eternal. So like they're not eternally gonna have that experience. But the question I've asked, you know, not you, but I've asked another buddy of mine because we brought this up is if you had the opportunity once you know you're saying that you're suffering and experiencing it now, and then what if you pass away and you will always experience that? Would you be okay with that? But if you had an opportunity to not experience that ever again, would you choose to do that?
Oh yeah, I mean, you mean experience hell?
yeah, if you had the opportunity to say, like, I'm experiencing hell on earth, I'm suffering, I'm depressed, anxiety, I can't sleep, I'm just ridden, I'm getting tormented, and when you pass away, you're still going to experience that, but it will never go away, and you will always experience that. But if you had the opportunity to never experience it again once you pass away, would you take that experience?
Well,
Would
yeah,
you take whatever?
yeah. Now you're gonna have to demonstrate to me that there is going to be an experience after that. Number
I
one,
knew,
you know, that's the
I knew
kicker.
you were gonna do that.
Yep, you knew I was gonna say that. Yeah, so that's the
And that's
kicker.
where it comes.
Yeah,
That's where this all boils down to is the scientific. You can't scientifically prove. It's more like I'm gonna believe this, and it's a risk I'm gonna take. Um, and that's what it's kind of come down to. Because I've done a lot of deconstructing, and I say,
You're
like,
talking to
it,
the CEO.
it
Gotta stop.
that's not me. I don't know who that was, but the the thing of believing in following Jesus and taking that risk, I think for me would be, if I'm taking a risk of saying this is true and here's my reward if this is true, and then like the Pascal thing, and then if I live like this and there is no reward. So I had a hard time with that when I did deconstructing, and I think it is kind of messed up when you're like, oh, the church, like, did the church hurt you? Do you have church hurt? What did the church do to you? Why do you? Is that why you started deconstructing? And I don't. I I like to say this. I deconstructed a lot because I did have some things that were taught to me that I don't believe anymore from
hmm
the church. Um, and I would say I had to realize that I have to look at these human beings and realize human beings are not perfect. They make mistakes, they have flaws. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I have never had Jesus hurt me. I've never had the thing where I know that I can point my I can have evidence
yeah,
and point my finger that he did this to me.
yeah. When I used to say the same thing a lot as a believer, and what I used to say to people is, well, the reason you may not like the people who go to church is because they're sinners too, and they're there for a reason. And so that's what I used to say a lot.
Yeah,
So
it's
if
fair.
you, yeah, so if you focus on your own salvation, then you can tolerate these people a lot better. That's what I used to
Yeah,
say, including me. I used to say that,
yeah,
and I said so. And I used to say something to the effect of, well, wouldn't so so is a few hours every week, is an hour or two every week of tolerating some people who may be unpleasant to you, is that worth giving up the salvation of eternal life? I used to say shit like that all the time.
right.
And so, damn, I'm almost trying to convince myself. No, seriously, the no, it's there was no, not seriously, but
It's
the
okay.
yeah,
We'll accept you back.
but the
I'll fight the demons for you.
okay, gotcha, yeah, because they're gonna like, if I do believe again, they're gonna come right back in. They're gonna, okay,
There's only one way to find out, trust.
right,
There's only
right.
one to see if they come back. Tell
Well,
them, hey, I believe in Jesus. I accepted
if
him.
if
If they
only
show up,
if only it were that easy. So my thing though is that if that's what we're saying, like if we're trying to find all these reasons to believe in a God, because we can't demonstrate that this God actually exists, so we're trying to find all these other reasons. Well, because you can't take the chance, because I call that like faith insurance, right?
right.
It's like you're so then I kind of ask, well, what are the reasons you believe? Is it you believe that this God is real, or is it you just believe you don't want to go to hell?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, does God exist? Do you believe you? It's not that I don't want to go to hell. I want to spend eternity with Him in paradise. And I want to be a good person. And there's things that when I talk to my wife, because I'll have these discussions, and why do I follow Jesus? Well, if you look at who He is and what He teaches and what He asks of you in Jesus' teachings, you'll be a good person. You'll at least be a good person. You're not going to harm
Mm.
people. You're not going to rob people. What Jesus teaches. You're not going to rob people. Somebody is dying.
You're all
He's
right,
going to have
FA?
another.
Yeah, let's not have another NDE, buddy. You good, FA?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, cool,
All right.
cool.
Are you seeing a white light? Are you seeing a white light?
I think he just took a monster hit. No, I'm kidding. kidding. Sounded like a good one, man. No.
yeah.
I'm just playing. Yeah.
Yeah.
TikTok, you
So-
didn't hear that. And I don't
No.
advocate that at all.
Yeah.
Do not advocate
So,
that at
yeah.
all.
Following that and the good thing, and if you do, I'm gonna at least have a good life and be kind to people. I'm not judgmental. Just the things that I hang out. I got friends that are atheists. I've got friends who are transgender, gay friends, white, black, yellow. Humans are humans, and I want to love
Yeah.
people. Like the study of knowledge. How can I get to know knowledge if I don't sit with people and understand their perspectives and thoughts and where they came from? And so I really enjoy that. So I found that this man, what he did and the lifestyle he lived, and like Mother Teresa, what she did, I would say was that she was a good person in the life she lived.
Mm-hmm.
And she would say she was a follower of Jesus.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you're doing, that you're looking at this from a perspective of trying to know more things, because I think that if you look at it from that perspective, if you're looking to get more knowledge, you're gonna get closer to the truth. I firmly believe that.
Right.
And now, of course, it depends which kind of knowledge you get. Like if you're kind of going down conspiracy theory rabbit holes and stuff like that, that's not that kind of, that's not the kind of knowledge I'm talking about. But
Correct.
like true knowledge, right? And I think
Okay.
that's what you're striving for, and I think that's great. So I would just say that from that perspective, if we have people in other religions, because there are Hindus who look up to gurus who are they revere as very holy and things of that sort.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what drives their belief. We have had other religions in the past where they have made claims about resurrection, and they've deified, these people who have resurrected from the dead. Does that automatically mean that they're, and these religions,
Yeah.
nobody believes in
Yeah.
these religions anymore, so
yeah,
it just,
those are great questions and
Yeah.
thoughts to provoke, but there's a very small amount of evidence of things that we can prove like that, like historical figures. You've heard of the man named Homer, right? You know who
Mhm.
Homer is.
oh yeah.
Well, we can't prove that he was actually a real person. There's no evidence of him. If you look up Homer, Robin Hood, there's no actual
Sure.
evidence of him. There's no evidence of King Arthur. There's no actual evidence of him being a real person on the earth. It's all hearsay.
Yeah.
So there's things like that where it's like we know, like in my mind, I'm like, okay, I want to believe this, but there's no actual. So I have to have faith to believe. Yeah, there was a man named Homer, and he wrote the book, the Odyssey, or he wrote about the Odyssey, and he lived in the 8th century, or that stuff. So those are things like, but it's not going to change my life if it wasn't true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like whether or not he was a real or not isn't going to dictate whether or not my eternal salvation or what's going to happen in the afterlife.
Yeah. Well, I think that's just it. I think that a lot of us equate Jesus with Robin Hood and
Right.
King Arthur. And that's the other thing, is that so let me ask you this then. What are the odds then that you would believe in either Robin Hood or Arthur if there was some sort of salvation tied to it?
That's a great question. If there were, I would really have to research and look into that. But I have, and I haven't found any.
Hmm.
But if there is evidence, like you're saying, and like, hey, there's this book, and there's been 15 million copies sold, and people are believing and studying, and there's facts and artifacts. But we have like evidence of Jesus actually being a real person in the Bible written, and the places are still here today. Like
Yeah.
Jerusalem is still here. The Garden of Gethsemane, there's the Jordan River, the Sea of Galilee, and
Mhm.
Tiberias. All these are actually real that are in the Bible. So
Sure.
I think things like that would make me. But yeah, I mean, I am very similar, except like the study of knowledge. I really like that, and I want to know to understand. But I've done so much deconstructing and like what makes sense, what doesn't, and then at the end of the day, I'm like, I'm driving myself crazy. I have faith. I'm going to take a risk at this one. This makes the most sense to me personally. It has a lot of good things. There's some things I don't understand about, God, who He is as His character and attributes, and wiping out, and then the unaliving of innocent babies. But then there's a button that He presses at the beginning of time where there's these. Well, according to Scripture, they are with Him. And to answer your question, when the guy you were like, is there only one way to heaven? My answer to that is no. There's actually more than one way to heaven.
Okay. Well, then doesn't that kind of,
Contradict?
well, no, not contradict. It kind of makes the believing in Jesus not so important then. If there's just more than one
That,
way to get to heaven, like why believe
yes,
in
but that
Jesus?
because if you say the only way to get to heaven is according to Scripture, if you confess with your mouth and believe in your heart that Jesus is Lord, you will be saved.
Yeah,
Then you have to take out all of the babies and all of the mentally ill people that can't carnate, that cannot do that logically, or have their brain make those rational decisions.
totally
Have any
agree.
thought of that?
Yeah.
So
And
that's where I
yeah,
believe
totally agree. And
this is my.
they
There's
kind of had
two
to
ways to get
inject
to
that
heaven.
stuff in there. Well, we're gonna, babies are exempt. Babies are
Right.
the exception.
Yeah.
People who
Which I think
can't
that's
say
not a
anything are the
mercy.
exception. Yeah.
Right. So that's why I believe God's merciful, because He's like, hey, there's more than one way to get to heaven. I'm going to give these people who may not hear, according to Scripture, just what it says, everybody will have an opportunity. But if you have not had an opportunity or cannot, you have access. There's a
Yeah.
pass for you.
And see, I think that where the struggle for me that comes into this is that
Hmm.
is that we get to a point where we have to kind of make these concessions because the thought of, well, since babies can't confess with their mouth, then they just automatically go to hell. That's a horrifying thought. And
I
so we
agree.
say, well, God can't do that. So then we have to, because it didn't specifically cover that in the Bible, right? Because somebody asked somewhere along the way, well, what about babies? And of course they had to
Yeah,
answer that question. So I hear that. What I'm
but it's in there.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that there are other, problematic things that are in the Bible. And if we have to reason our way out of these, because instead of just being honest and just saying, yeah, there are some problematic things in the Bible, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up.
Yeah,
And
and I would say that
yeah,
I would be fair to say some
yeah.
of these things. I'm like, man, I have a hard time with this, but I don't ever want to throw the baby out. That saying, throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Okay.
So I'm like, there's more. I would say there's more good that I see than there's things that are problematic. I think
Mm,
the good outweighs the problematic.
mm,
Then that is for me when I see this. There's way more good stuff than problematic stuff.
mm,
And there's a button that he does press to end everything, that I believe that there is an afterlife, that yes, only earth is a short period of time that we're here, and then there is an afterlife, and I'm willing to take the risk that there is a paradise, and I'm okay with being wrong. Then I just missed it. I had a good life.
okay. Well, I'll frame it this way. What percentage would you say of the Bible is good versus problematic?
That's a good question. I'm going to definitely look into that.
Okay. Would you
I will look
say,
into that.
well,
And
let's
I'm
just,
going to look into it.
oh, of course.
Yeah.
Let's just say 99% of it is all good. 1% of
Okay.
it is problematic. All right.
Okay.
I'll grant that just for the sake of this
Okay.
question. So let's just say there is a, do you like cake?
Yeah, I mean, I tolerate it.
Tolerate it? Well,
Yeah.
you, cake,
I'm not a sweet person.
you're not a sweet person?
More salt. I'm salty. Chips and salsa all
Chips
day.
and
Chips
salt.
and salsa.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Let's just say somebody makes a fabulous salsa, right?
Uh-huh.
And they say, and right as you take a bite, they say, oh, you know what? By the way, um, I, I, I had a problem and my cat got up on the counter and pooped in it, but I got almost all of the cat poop out. So I'd say 99% of it is all good, but there's 1% cat poop in it. Right as you take a bite, would you swallow it?
Now this is these are the hypotheticals that are logically would say, of course, no one's going to eat cat poop. Well, what if I like cat poop?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. If you like, do you like cat poop?
Depends how good the salsa is.
Okay, so if the salsa's that good and you know that there's
Oh yeah.
1% of it is cat poop, you would still eat it?
If I okay, yeah, I'm gonna answer your question. It's gonna twist a little. Now, this salsa is a one in a lifetime salsa I'll never be able to have in my entire life. Am I willing to take the risk of trying that salsa? Maybe there's a little bit of cat poop in there to try that salsa, knowing I will never ever be able to try this famous salsa
Yeah, it's a
that I've waited
it's
my
like the
whole life.
best salsa in the world. Yeah.
Waited my whole life for. I've never gonna be able to try it again. But I had this one opportunity. I would try the salsa just to say I tried it. Maybe it's a little cat poop in there, but I at least got to try the salsa.
Mm, you're a better person than me. I would not try the salsa. I
See,
wouldn't.
I'm,
Yeah.
and so that's my take. I'm gonna try that salsa
Okay.
because
That
I don't want to risk it.
okay. That makes the difference between you and me. I would not. Because I think that especially if we're talking about if the salsa has been said to be perfect, the salsa is inerrant, without fault, and then we find out that there's 1% of it has cat poop. That makes me question, well, what else is in this salsa? What else is in this salsa that they're not telling me about? You know, what if it
Right.
was
No.
more?
Right. Right. So does that mean every single thing you'd have to question, like any book that's written, any article, if there's one thing that's wrong, that means the whole thing you have to throw out
Sometimes
for for
not
everything.
necessarily throw out to question. It's then
Okay,
you
so
wonder, okay, if they get, and especially if it's something important that they get wrong, like for
right,
example, if they're saying that this is the greatest like if they're saying this person, they're doing a piece on a person, right? It's a total puff piece. They're saying, oh yeah, he's the most perfect person in the world. He's the greatest person that ever lived. He did this and that, and this great businessman. He's done this, he's done that, and then we find out something, and they don't mention the fact that we find out that there's a
he's having an affair
investigation for, yeah, well, maybe not had an affair, but related to
with
business.
kids.
He's affair with kids, there we go. And he's just this upstanding person in the community, and he's this and he's that, but he diddles kids.
Right,
Yeah, that would call into question everything that they said, and then we have to question it. And then if we start finding more problems, then
right.
I would have to
Yeah,
wonder,
fair.
okay, what is going on here? That's my point.
Yeah,
That's my point.
that's fair.
Okay, we're running into the second
Yeah,
kick poll, so let's tee that up. But it's been a good talk, Sake, as it always
yeah,
has been. You and I always have really good talks. So
yeah.
I'm
You can, hey, you can let somebody else. I want to get. I know what it's like to wait in there for 2 hours yesterday.
oh yeah, yeah, I know how it is. Okay, well, I don't really know how it is, but I
You
understand.
don't know how it
I
is,
don't know how it is. No.
but I did find the article about the dinosaur smoking a cigarette in the coal mine yesterday. They got cancer.
See? Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. That's what it is. So they were in the coal mines smoking cigarettes. That's why that dinosaur had cancer. Shit. Well, you just debunked atheism. There it is. Hey,
Well,
you
you're
got a great
sending them
sense of
all to
humor.
hell.
Yep.
You're
Yep.
sending them all to hell.
I'm
So
sending them all to hell. I'm sending them all to Muslim hell. You're debunking atheism. Hey, this is the world
we're
we
a
live
great
in.
team.
Great team. Sake, it's been a great conversation. I always
Yeah,
love
for
talking
sure.
to you. So come on up again.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Everybody give him some likes. Send him some coins. Give him some likes. He's
thank you.
awesome.
Appreciate
Best
it.
atheist out there.
Yeah, big W
This
for
guy
Sake.
on my profile is terrible. Ice cream, whatever his name is.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know who
He's
he is.
mean, dude.
Oh,
He's mean.
I don't know. All
Anyway,
right.
great conversation.
Have a
Like
great
his
day.
page, follow him, give him some coins.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Have a great day, Sake. Take care.
Later.
So, good talk. Yeah. He's got a good vibe and calm. I just and you know what? I think we kind of highlighted the difference here. I would not try the salsa with poop in it. So, and he would, and that's okay, because some people have a tolerance for that, and they can do that. But you did qualify it, and I agreed with you, Sake. That is the best salsa that is supposed to be out there. Is supposed to be the most fabulous, brilliant salsa out there, and you would do it. So you'd still do it. Oh man, it almost sounds like a dare you'd get in grade school, right? I dare you to try this. You know, it was in a puddle right over there on the side of the road. I dare you to put your tongue on it. Like it's like stuff that you would dare like your friends to do. So here, let me go peek over at Deconstruction Junction. So yeah, so are you telling me you believe in miracles, curses, demons, talking donkeys, sticks that turn into snakes, and kangaroos hopping all the way to Australia? Great question. That salsa is badly rancid. Pate stuff. Yeah, see, I can't eat pate either. Joel reads Bible once said his purpose in life is to feed his cat wet cat food because he's given his cat such crazy, amazing experience. Yeah, the Jesus poop gives you the runs. So yeah, something to that effect. And let's see what we got going on here. Astra London, who is in my other YouTube feed. Good to see you. So the evidence is you can't provide evidence. Yeah. There you go. So accountability should happen in this life. Yeah, it should. Absolutely. And see, I think we failed when we didn't get Schittler, when we couldn't hold Schittler accountable in this life. We failed at that. And still, that doesn't mean that, you know, we should believe in a God because we failed to give accountability to somebody. You know, to me, that's not a reason. Not enough of a reason. All right. So we are way past, man, we're like only 12,000 likes from 100K. So let's get me to 100K. That's awesome. All right. And we're halfway towards the goal. And so I'm going to say, I keep forgetting to say this to the chat. And so this is my fault, chat. So we're halfway to the goal, but don't click on it just yet. Because you know what, you see what the goal is up there. Now, if chat, you want an early kick poll, if my goal is hit, that will trigger an early kick poll. Just letting you know, just saying. Okay, so let's move on to curly fries or better. How's it going?
I've been in this live for a while, and I think like a couple hours now.
Mhm.
I want to say that I really have enjoyed listening, and I thoroughly heard what you were like talking about your prior experiences in life and your life as a whole. And I want to say I have nothing but respect for you. I have no disrespect for any of your life, and I though like obviously I was never like I could never be there to fully know any of it, but I empathize deeply, and it does hurt my heart to hear how you were talking about, you know, you genuinely were going to people for help. You were maybe going to people to genuinely like, hey, give, you know, try and, you know, ask questions for good reason. And then these people were like looking you in the face, saying things to you as if they were in full character, telling you as if it was 100% the truth, but then they were just completely disregarding your soul, that you were like, as in like, that you were actually in front of them in your person and your character and what you cared about and your purpose in your life. And that's like a crazy thing that just happens in this world, is that's what hurts the most, I feel, is just when people betray you. But
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I appreciate that. Just for TikTok's sake, are you over 18?
yes.
Okay, perfect. All right. Well, I appreciate you saying that. And it sounds like you believe in the God of the Bible. That'd be fair to say.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
Okay. All right. And then, so I saw some of your comments in the chat, and yeah, you've been super respectful. And by the way, I agree, curly fries are better. So I'm with you on that 100%. That's something you and I can agree on, definitely. Now, what is your best evidence besides personal experience? What's your best evidence that hell is real?
So I was thinking about this a lot.
Mhm.
What could we define? For example, like in the Bible, it talks about like the fire. Now, something that's very interesting about that is it's one thing like when you physically get burnt, like it hurts a lot, but you think about the relief that comes afterwards. How does that relief work? How do you get peace?
Oh, wait,
after
hold
getting
up.
burnt?
Gotta stop. Galaxy! Whoever sent the galaxy, thank you. Sake. Dang, Sake. Sending me galaxies. Thank you. Appreciate that. Love you. Thank you so much. I had to stop and recognize that because galaxies are pretty.
yeah, for
Yeah, they're pretty rare. So I have to say, 2 galaxies from Sake. That is amazing. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. Wow, that's amazing. So everybody, give a big W to Sake for the galaxy. That's just very kind of you. Very flattered. Okay, my apologies. Curly fries.
this
Please
is all right.
continue. Yeah.
So there has to be peace by definition. In order for hell to exist, there has to be peace, right? Like you guys were talking about, how would you want to go to this hell? Like he was saying, Sake was saying, if you could choose, like after this life, to not suffer anymore, would you choose it? And you said, yeah. So that's kind of the thing. And then you also said, but you would have to prove that hell exists first, which is for the sake of like, yeah, like if there's something out there, I want to accept it.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I think that's where everybody is. Even if you talk to the most staunch atheist who is going to tell you, I know for a fact there is no God. If you presented them evidence that would indicate otherwise, you can get them to change their mind. I mean, because I think anybody, there are very, very few people in this world who, and interestingly enough, I think atheists are a lot more open-minded about this than people give them credit for. That if you did present credible, verifiable, testable, repeatable evidence that something is true, they will believe it. And that's the problem. And that's why they don't believe it, is because people have been unable to do that.
Correct. Regardless of anything, we can't even trust I'm learning about this in my college classes for government. We can't even trust our own media. Like our own media is constantly propelling what we want to hear or whatever they're trying to feed us.
Of course.
And this is do you know who Paul is from the Bible?
Yeah.
Like you read Hebrews and Corinthians.
Mm-hmm. And Acts.
So in something I like from Paul in Hebrews is it's a very personal testament where he writes, which would be supposedly through the Holy Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about premeditation. If you mind, could I read? It's like it's like self-explanatory, and like this would be my conversation. But could I read like from Hebrews 10:26 to 39?
That's a lot, and
you could stop me.
I mean, I've read the Bible over a dozen times, so it's probably best if you just kind of illustrate what you're what it says, because I've I would let you, but like I said, I've read it over a dozen times, so
I understand.
Yeah.
So essentially speaking, it basically says that in our lifetime, there's not a single human being who has lived without sin. But there is a difference between being a sinful person, meaning you have sin attributed to your character, which means that you could turn from that, and that could be what defines you, because by definition your action has to define you, because how can justice be served, right? Especially for that one, the one guy who hated Jews.
Okay. So let me jump in and just kind of add in a little bit. I don't believe I've ever sinned. So how would you demonstrate to me that I've sinned?
So it is written that
yes,
unless evildoers were brought into the light for their deeds to be seen, they cannot be held accountable, right? So think about it like this. In the physical realm, that is where you can be all goody-goody and confident and say, hey, and I'm just like saying, not for like, I'm not talking about you, but like just like a person maybe who is, they specifically are just far from God in this theoretical situation.
Okay.
They might say, hey, look at me, I'm doing just full, I'm a star athlete, but they're empty inside. And wouldn't it be harmful that if there really was a truth that you do have to care about your soul, and they were hurting inside, but they weren't accepting help, and they were preaching to or telling everybody else, you don't need none of that nonsense. Wouldn't that be objectively taking people away from the potential peace they could have?
It could.
Which is,
you would have to demonstrate to me that we have souls.
So, and it's not to say that you could possibly force it on somebody, like this kind of meets with that you couldn't try to like be like, oh, recite this, recite that, do this, do that, believe this, think this, because you're doing what the media is trying to do, right? That's not good either. Those both sides of those are not actually the only two sides of the coin. Those are both false. Like, it's extremists in two
Yeah.
false categories. They're not honest. They're dishonest.
Yeah. Let me jump in for a sec because
So-
there's a couple of presuppositions I hear you making. Your first presupposition that sin exists, and then that we have souls. So first question, what's the evidence that sin exists? And the second question, what's the evidence that we have souls?
So the evidence that sin exists is God's word, which we understand on a spiritual level, not a physical level.
Okay. And then how do we know God's word is actually God's word?
We know that God's word is, well, that's the thing. It is written, and I will provide all the where it is if you need it or if you want it. But
Well,
it is written that
I guess the bigger question then is how do we know the Bible's true?
well, that's the thing, is that it's, I mean, how do we know that books, are actually helping us get, like, certain books, like self-care books, are actually helping us get better? People spend a lot of money and time reading them, and then they for a week maybe they'll be a new person, and then the week after that they crash horribly.
Yeah.
And they just get everything taken from them.
Yeah, it's true. And you're right. There are a lot of self-help books out there that can be just like a lot of woo, and there's not a whole lot of science-based evidence behind them. I agree with that. Yet there are some that do have science-based evidence behind them, right? So there's some things that we can point to that are just woo, and then some that have science-based evidence behind them. So
Correct.
so then are you saying then that the Bible, which side is the Bible on? Is the Bible woo, or is it does it have science-based evidence behind it?
So it actually does have science-based evidence behind it, and I say this because that's kind of so you can't have science if you don't have logic, if you don't have a brain that can comprehend, hey, I can choose to agree with this based off of this evidence.
I
We
agree.
don't, as human beings, we don't operate based off of proving things. You can't prove a single thing. People have their own beliefs and choices.
Okay.
But you do operate based off of what evidence is there, and if you want to choose to agree with the evidence that has been corroborated.
Okay.
You agree?
Yeah, I agree. And I think we can put certain aspects of the Bible to the test, right? So, for example, we could put the guarantees that the Bible makes to believers to the test, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, you're a believer in the Bible. What would you say your confidence level is that the Bible is that Jesus is your savior?
Oh, it's 100%.
100%. So you're a 100%
Yeah.
believer. Okay. So if we look at different aspects of these, because if you believe in Jesus 100%, then I think you far meet the minimum threshold that he had of greater than a mustard seed. So you would say your faith is greater than that of a mustard seed, right?
So I actually don't believe my faith is my own. Paul also said this, that, and he said that he basically has worked far harder and more than anybody else, but even then it was not him working, but the Holy Spirit that resides inside of him.
Okay. So
So
do you have
the-
faith greater than a mustard seed?
I would, so if this is personal, then I would say that my faith, how I know it's credible is that it goes, not to like dodge, but like to answer properly, is that I can feel so, how do you say, it's almost like I get broken multiple times and then I come back stronger. That's how I know that there's actual progress, and that's how I know God is not a liar, but he's actually being honest, that though you may not like it in the moment, it's all for your good,
Okay.
good overall.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I know you said you weren't trying to dodge, but I didn't really hear an answer to my question. Do you have more
know
faith?
that.
Yeah. Do you have faith greater than a mustard seed?
Yeah, I would say I have faith greater than mustard seed then in that
Perfect.
sense, yeah.
So then you would agree then that if you have faith greater than a mustard seed, then nothing is impossible.
Great, yeah, because you actually trust God.
Splendid. Okay. So then we can put this to the test, right? So like, for example, have you tried raising the dead?
No, I have not.
You
I
haven't?
mean, I've prayed. I've prayed that, like, if it was not, I guess I pray for light to come upon, like, people who have, because recently people have passed away. I prayed for light to come on people, that peace be granted to them.
Yeah.
That kind of lets them have comfort
Mhm.
in their sorrow, which I think is also emphasized in the Bible, in how Jesus, when he was resurrecting Lazarus, he still mourned with his sisters.
Of course.
He didn't just say to them, "Oh, don't
Yeah.
worry," he mourned with them because there was a reason to mourn, and that it had to be that way because life in that in being unalive is true. It's an
Sure.
actual thing.
Yeah. So, but you would agree that, like in Acts 9, verse 40, Peter raises Tabitha or Dorcas from death. That happened.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense.
Paul revised Eutychus after he
Yeah.
fell and died.
Yeah.
Of course, Jesus rose Lazarus from the dead. It also says in John chapter 14, verses 12 through 14, that his followers, Jesus said, you're going to do greater works than even I did, including miracles by believers. So what would you say? So you would be 100% confident if you went to a graveyard right now and you would rise the dead?
So the thing is that for example, like when Eutychus, the reason why Paul rose him from the dead is because of the fact that he fell asleep while listening to him.
Yeah.
Fell out of a window.
Yes.
So it's for the purpose.
I'm aware. Mhm.
God is the one who has control over the soul, meaning it's not me doing it under my own authority. It would be God, Jesus Christ, giving me the authority. So if God doesn't give me the authority, then no, I can't raise somebody from the dead.
I 100% agree with that. I'm saying, though, that it specifically says in the Bible that all things are possible if you have more faith than a mustard seed. And God already gave you, and if you read through the Bible in the New Testament, God already gave you that authority, because it says all you have to do is believe in me. If you believe in me, you're going to be doing, you'll be doing all these things and greater. So he's already given you the authority. So that's why I'm saying you already have the authority. So that means you can go to a graveyard and you can raise the dead, right?
Okay, so if I'm under God's authority, and would you agree that though God can do anything, he won't do everything? Like he won't necessarily like for example, let's say I was poor and I prayed for money. God's not just gonna hand me $1 billion because who knows what I'm gonna do with that money. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with that money. I'm not God. I don't see the full picture. So though in the moment I think of what I'm thinking about, God has to be the authority in the situation because he sees everything from above. He's the only one. He's alive. Like he's actually active. So he would be the one to tell me, "Hey, do this or do that."
Well, I'm saying, I'm not talking about asking for $1 billion, because you're right. That could be, and you would agree God knows what's in your heart, right? So if your heart's not in the right place, he's not going to give you the $1 billion. But what I'm saying to you is he has already given you authority to raise the dead. It says it in the Bible. I mean, we can go over the scripture if you want, but it says it in there. And so if you want to go over it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, because that's what I'm driving at, is if God has given you all this authority already, my question is, why aren't you doing it? And so we can go. Yeah, we can go.
I believe that people do pass away when it's their time. I don't believe that it's necessarily because, God, like I believe God does everything he possibly can, meaning that Jesus, he died for everybody's sins up to the moment to where they either blasphemed the Holy Spirit, which means rejecting him for the final time, or just in God's plan, like they were just not wanting to be with God and it was their time to go. So it's not life is, that's why heaven's a thing. It's that there's life. That's why Jesus, sorry, I apologize for mumbling. But Jesus said, he who is willing to give up their old life and take up their cross, though they shall not lose their life. But he who is willing he who already has his life in me shall not die. That's why he said that. It's because life is guaranteed in him. It's secure.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I'm getting at is, I think you understand what I'm getting at, is that it specifically says that you can do these things. So let's just, I think we just have
God, though. I have to obey the living God.
You have to obey the living God. Okay.
Yeah, so
well then why did these guys rise the dead? Why did Peter and Paul do it?
Because Jesus, authority means by definition it's power and legitimacy. It's power because they have the actual ability to do that. Like Satan has power, but he doesn't have authority because he's not good. He's not what God. He only has what God lets him.
Got it.
But God is actually good, so he gives authority to people, which means it's legitimate, meaning it's good for what they're doing in that specific moment in time for the exact purpose that God has for it. So yeah, I could say make somebody who is literally missing a leg, I could give them that leg back, but unless God told me to do that, it can't be good, because by definition, nothing outside of good or outside of God is good according to God.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's John 14, verses 12 through 14. So it says, very truly I tell you, the one who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and in fact will do greater works than these, because I am going to the Father. So you would agree that Jesus has gone to the Father, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're a believer, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're one who believes in Jesus, and you're aware of the works that Jesus did, right? The works that I do.
Correct.
Okay. So you're aware of the works. So the one who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and in fact will do greater works than these, because I'm going to the Father. I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. So if in my name you ask me for anything, I will do it. So to me, that reads to me that you already have the authority. All you have to do is ask in the name of Jesus, and it will happen.
Correct. That is
So
true.
okay, so that's why I'm asking you. Okay, let's go to another verse. Luke 10, verses 17 through 19. Now 19 really is the most important one, but because this is talking about the return of the 72, right? And you know what that is, right? Or do we have to go back and look at that? Okay. So the 72 returned with joy, saying, Lord, in your name, even the demons submit to us. He said to them, I watched Satan fall from heaven like a flash of lightning. Indeed, I have given you authority to tread on snakes and scorpions and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing will hurt you. So with these two right here, these are believers. And I know this is referring specifically to the 72, but if you take it in context with what John 14, 12 through 14 says, I mean, is he speaking just to his disciples, or is he speaking to anyone? Because this specifically says, the one who believes in me will also do the works that I do. If in mind who could go to the cemetery and raise the dead, right?
Yeah, if it's
and
in
you
Jesus' name, yeah.
Yeah, if it's in Jesus'
But
name. So that's all you have to do.
also-
You have to ask in his
It is
name.
also, it is also written that if God is not in somebody's heart, even their prayers are abominations.
Is God in your heart?
So that's what you have to also understand. God is in my heart, meaning I have free will in God, which means He's the authority, which truthfully speaking, I am perfected by my faith in Jesus Christ. I did no work. He's the one who did the work with the Holy Spirit.
Sure. But well, you're meeting all the criteria. You have more faith than a mustard seed. You have Jesus in your heart. You're doing it in Jesus' name. There should be no reason that you can't raise the dead.
There also should be no reason why I couldn't, run faster than a Lamborghini. I mean, yeah, I could do anything.
True. It says whatever you ask in my name, I'll do it. But
God
truly,
doesn't say
really, would running faster than a Lamborghini, would that really be glorifying God though?
I mean,
It could maybe.
be, it depends.
It could, but wouldn't resurrecting a baby that just died of cancer in front of their parents, wouldn't that greater glorify God?
Well, it also
wouldn't
says
that
in Revelation. Doesn't it also say in Revelations that the Antichrist will come and perform a bunch of miracles and people will be deceived?
So are you the Antichrist?
No, I'm saying that just because it's an awe factor doesn't mean God. It emphasizes in the Bible that timing is important, meaning timing is a part of it. It's not just any time, any place, anywhere. That's not what John was saying. John is saying and it also says, I'm pretty sure in John, or when the time is right, I the Lord will make it happen. It's the Lord who has to make it happen, not yourself.
Okay.
You use the Lord's authority with not your authority.
Okay. So which then trumps then? Because I'm seeing a contradiction here. Because if it says ask anything in my name, I will do it. But then it also says it'll only be in the Lord's time.
Well, that's if you have a genuine faith, which means you're connected to God, which means you're literally like you're with him, like as in he's working through you. It has to be him working through you, not your own will.
Okay. And do you have
it can't be your will doing it, it has to be the will of God.
Do you have a genuine faith
You have
connected
to obey
to God?
God in that.
Yeah. So do you have a genuine faith?
So if God commanded me, if God commanded me, yes, I would be able to do that.
Well, wait a minute. It doesn't say the Bible doesn't say anything about God commanding you though. I mean, here I'll pull up
Are
extra.
you sure about that? Because this is one.
I'll pull up
these are
extra.
2 verses.
Yeah, I'll pull up more. There's more. So here's Luke 11 verses 9 to 10.
You can do nothing apart from God. Is also written.
So I say to you, ask and it will be given to you. Search, you will find. Knock and the door will be open for you. For everyone who asks receives, and everyone who searches finds, and for everyone who knocks, the door will be opened. So I'm just telling you that you have the authority to do this. You can do this. So I'm
I also have to say something. Sorry. Say what you're gonna say.
I'm just saying that, this would be magnificent evidence that your God exists. This would be superb evidence. Hey, atheists and agnostics, type a 1 in the chat if this would be superb evidence if we saw curly fries are better raising the dead. Tell me if that would be good evidence. If that would at least make you question whether or not God exists. We're seeing ones all over the chat. So this is what I'm talking about.
How would God take credit for that?
Well, wouldn't if you
How do
didn't
know it's
if
actually
you
God doing it?
if you said in Jesus' name I command you to rise from the dead. That's how we would know.
Well, people
And if
could
you
say just because you say in Jesus' name doesn't mean it's right.
Okay.
Doesn't mean it's actually truthful.
Okay. Well, you're telling us. Are you doing it in Jesus' name?
Well, you say me, but it also says in the Bible, do not. And I'm not saying I'm God. I'm saying it's God through me. Do not test your Lord your God, because that doesn't make sense. You're not. You can't say to the sculptor, "Hey, you made me wrong," or to do this and that.
What would you be doing it for? Would you be doing it to impress us? Would you be doing it to test God, or would you be doing it in God's name, to glorify
I don't
God's
need
name?
to impress anybody. It's
Perfect.
about a personal relationship with God. I just need to obey Him. That's all. That's all I'm focused on. And that
Perfect.
means,
So then, yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Is you should be able to do this then. I mean, because I'm hearing a lot of
It's not that I can't.
I'm hearing excuses though. So do
How
you?
are these
Okay.
excuses?
Well, hear me out. Do you honestly believe? Because that's what I just showed you, that you can do this. Do you honestly believe that you can raise the dead?
I mean,
Yes or
yes,
no?
because God
Okay.
controls everything.
Okay. So then you should be able to go raise the dead today.
So if I don't do it, does that mean that God doesn't exist because you're testing me to do it?
I'm not testing you at all. I'm just saying to
So
you,
then what is the point of this?
the point of this is because you're giving me a lot of excuses why you can't do it. I'm saying
No,
to
but what are
you,
you
you can. It's saying it right. Do you
And
agree
we
or
both
disagree?
agree.
Then we both
And
agree.
No, we both agree. Yeah, we both agree.
Okay, we both agree. Okay, so that's all the evidence you'd have to give to convince me. That's all you'd have to do.
So you're saying that if I raise somebody from the dead, you would accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, as
Yeah.
God. That's what this is.
If you did it 20 times, I would change my backdrop to say I'm a Christian. What is your best evidence that God doesn't exist?
So
If
you
you did
are-
it,
you
if
are
you did it
willing-
20 times, you did it
Okay,
20
so you
times.
are willing.
Yeah, I'm serious. I am dead serious. I mean, you think I'm bullshitting you? I am telling you
No,
right
I'm
now.
not at all.
And people in the chat said, if you did this, look at all the ones. Just scroll up on the chat and look at all the ones. All these people who would believe you. I mean, this is what we're talking about. This is the evidence that I'm talking about.
Okay, so all right.
I mean, it's just a question. I mean, are you telling the truth when you say you honestly believe that you could raise the dead right now?
Well, yeah. I mean,
Can you
I believe.
can you
that
heal the sick?
everybody
If you
does
went to
have
the
raise at
hospital,
the
could you
time.
heal? Okay, could you heal the sick if you went to the
Yeah,
hospital right
I do
now?
believe that by prayer, it is enough to do
Okay.
that. Yes, I do.
So if you went to every hospital and would you say that healing all amputees, making all amputees with limbs grow like that immediately, wouldn't that glorify God? Why wouldn't that glorify God?
Well, because it is. I mean, it is also written in the Bible that many good people die before their time because God wants to spare them from pain and evil.
Oh, I said
So-
amputees. I didn't.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then, yeah.
I said amputees. So
But the thing is, no, genuinely speaking, though, God has a perfect plan already. I don't have to worry for anything.
okay,
That's my belief.
but we're not talking about that. What we're talking about
No,
is
I know. I don't have to prove anything. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I have to prove nothing.
Okay, well, you don't have to, and I'm not telling you that you do. I'm just saying to you is instead of being up here on my live, you could be at the hospital all day, every day, healing people left and right, because
Well-
that's what it says that you can do in the Bible. So that's
It
what I'm
also says
saying
in
is
the Bible that you will often face, challenges in this life,
sure,
which means that I could be anywhere.
sure, you could. I'm just saying is that it sounds like to me that if you're, I mean, what would you think is the better use of your time? In here in
Well,
my
no, if
live or at the hospital? Because you truly believe that you can heal people, right?
Yeah.
So what's a better use of your time? Being here in the live with me or being at the hospital healing people?
Well, I mean, you're equally as important as other people. Everybody in this life is equally as important. It says that
Sure.
it's one of the greatest commandments to love your neighbor as yourself, and your neighbor is literally every single other human being. I
I
love everybody as I love myself, which means
okay.
I care for everybody
Which
equally.
means then that if okay, well then see that's the other thing is you don't even have to talk to me. You could just pray that I believe. That's all you would have to do.
This prayer right now, actually. I'm
Yeah.
not preaching, but it's prayer.
Yeah, but I'm just
Prayer is
saying,
communication with
yeah,
God.
but I'm telling you, you're not convincing me at all because I'm pointing to you the scriptures where it says you can do all these things, and you're pushing back against me. You're trying to give me every reason why you can't do it without really telling me you can't do it.
I never said that I can't do it. I'm just saying that I know God. Like I know the Holy Spirit. I have the Holy Spirit inside of me. I mean, for example, right now, like I don't even. This is how I know, like more about spirituality, is that I've always believed God is reasonable for Him to exist. And the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, when I accepted Him, it took me a week to start reading the Bible. And when I started reading the Bible, I didn't accept it because of historical context. I accepted it because it was logical, because it made sense, because of the fact that like I understood, like yeah, if there's a way I could stop being a bad person, I'm gonna do whatever it takes. And for me, that was through Christ Jesus. And I also started fasting, not on purpose, but like I found myself in situations which I've never been in before, to where I just couldn't eat food. Like it was harder for me to eat food and all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And like what you were saying, all these spirits attacking me. But the difference is, and I'm not saying it's because you didn't have faith. That's actually not truth at all. Jesus Christ has just as much faith in you as He does in me or anybody else.
Okay.
So the thing is that
Well,
basically just
okay. No, go ahead and finish your thought.
but
I'll pull us
basically
back on to
it's
what we're talking about.
you essentially speaking, you have to look at it as there has to be at least one unconditional truth. And if there's no one unconditional truth you can stand on, it's impossible to have peace, because peace cannot exist in dysfunction and chaos. You know, do you
Is
agree?
okay. So is when God says ask for anything in my name and I will do it, is that an unconditional truth?
He also says all they do not, all the hairs of your head are counted, meaning He cares about you, which means He's going to do what's best for you even if you don't ask for it. Which means that you're not the one who knows what's best for you, but God does.
Okay.
So if He says, okay, ask and you shall receive, He's not saying, okay, if I ask, like He also says you can do anything you want, anybody, not even me, you, but not everything you do is good for you. So He's saying this as a form of assurance to people who already
Yeah.
believe.
I'm
It
not
doesn't make sense to people who don't.
okay. Well, hold that thought. That doesn't answer my question, but I got to do a kick poll. So we're 10 minutes over.
Yeah.
All right, doing a kick poll. So we're here with curly fries are better. I've asked the really pivotal question, and so we're trying to get there. But as you guys know, it tap the happy face if you'd like curly fries are better to stay, or the crying face if you'd like to move on to the next guest. So voting is starting now. So let's all vote. And it's been actually a really nice conversation with you, curly fries.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I do think though that you might want to read those things in the New Testament again, because I'm skeptical that you don't really believe it.
Well, I mean, that's just because I'm a little bit comfortable right now.
Uncomfortable?
That's it. No, comfortable.
You're a little bit comfortable?
I don't know. My voice is really weird right now for some reason. Like it's
I
really
don't
low pitched and it's weird.
okay.
I don't know why, but
I don't know what that means. Yeah, it just seems to me that like the verses I pointed out to you, I'm just not convinced that you are convinced by them. You know, I'm hearing a lot of doubt in your voice.
I mean, that's fair. That's fine. It's
Mhm.
not about. I don't care necessarily. Like it's not. I don't
Yeah,
think
and I'm
it's
not
about-
saying you have to care. I'm just
Yeah.
giving you feedback. That's all.
No.
So
I mean, like, as in, I care about what you believe in. What I'm trying to like, talk to you and find out
Alright.
about you.
I hear you. Well, I mean, I think I made it clear. I mean, if you can demonstrate to me that these promises that Jesus has given you in the New Testament are actually legitimate and real, that would go a long way towards me believing what you have to say. So, okay. Well, it looks like they
Got it.
want to move on to the next guest, but I appreciate you coming up.
All right.
All right. Have a good one.
Have a nice day.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, nice guy and, very respectful, and I appreciate that. And, I think that But I mean, the scripture is clear what it says. That if you believe in Jesus, there is no doubt that you can do these things. All you need is the faith of a mustard seed, and he made it clear that he had more faith than a mustard seed. So, but I do respect that. I do respect the conversation. It was a good conversation. So, big W for curly fries are better, and curly fries are better. I'm not gonna lie, they are better. Come on, that's objectively true. Curly fries rock, right? I mean, let's come on. Let's be honest, guys. If you had curly fries on the menu at the same price as regular fries, which fries are you getting? Come on, let's be honest here. And regular, kick out Ed Glenn. Ed Glenn, go. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Evan Patterson, get out. No, I'm playing. No, everyone's entitled to their opinion. No, but I'm saying, not a fan of curly. Ugh. Who raised you? Seriously. Who raised you? What is wrong with you? No, I'm just giving you guys a hard time. Giving you a hard time. See, we atheists have we can't just agree on everything, right? Yeah. But you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. Like, I'm gonna go to lunch with guys like Ed Glenn and Evan Patterson to only places that have curly fries, and I'm gonna take their fucking curly fries. And they're not gonna be mad at me at all. So, boardwalk fries with malt vinegar and a lot of salt. Ah, yeah, you know, that sounds good. Yeah. So yes, there's an open invitation to Hate Ready, Evan Patterson, and Ed Glenn to go to lunch at my favorite spot that only sells curly fries. They don't have regular fries. And we're going to get 2. We'll get 2 orders of them, and I'll eat your fries. All right. But you know what? In fairness, I'll buy you a burger. How about that? Lunch on me, but I get your fries. See, you're not going to be angry at all. Like, you guys will be happy. Now I want a Chick-fil-A curly fries. I just wish it wasn't a shit company. Yeah, I'm there with you, Raider. See, I got 3 people, and now I owe lunch to. Shit. Oh man. Yeah, Beth Ray, I hear you, man. Curly fries, that'll do it. Okay, we are at 100,000 likes on TikTok. Chat, give yourselves a W. That is amazing. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. Now, we haven't hit my goal, and I'm gonna pop that up here, because if we can hit this goal, TikTok will really like me. And you know, so if you got an extra 20 cents, and if you haven't given yet, or if you want to give just a tiny bit more, but I mean, a lot of people have given a lot already, but so I'm only doing this because it's 20 cents, right? And I am by no means paying the rent with this, but TikTok will like me more, and it gets me on the For You page. It gets me, you know, so then there's more people that show up, and you know, we can have good conversations with folks. More people who believe in God will come in, and I can talk to them, and we can hear what they have to say, you know, things like that. So, but hey, if you have proof that hell is real and it's not related to personal experience, come on up and talk. Come on up and guest request in the chat. I'm going to be here for about 2 more hours, so there's plenty of time. And so come on in. I'd love to talk to you, but let's get to the next guest. I know, let's see, Amy, you have been like very patiently waiting. You have had like all kinds of technical issues and all that stuff. So let's just get you in before something else happens. So Amy, how are you doing?
Great. I've been trying to join this live for like
Uh-oh.
hours.
Uh-oh. You're breaking up. Oh no. You're muted. You're muted, friend. Unmute yourself. There you
Okay,
go.
I'm sorry.
Nope.
I think someone tried to call me and so it muted for a second.
Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. Oh,
Um,
before you continue on, are you at least 18?
I am.
Okay, great. All right.
So,
So you said that you've been trying to join this live. Yeah, I know you've been waiting in line and all that stuff. So
yep. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come
absolutely,
up and talk
absolutely,
to you.
yeah, absolutely.
So I kind of I don't recall exactly what you had mentioned earlier when I first joined about having demonic experiences. Could you go a little bit more in depth on what you meant of when you were a Christian, and had those demonic experiences? Like, what made you think that they were demonic?
What made me think they were demonic? It was basically. Now I'm going to be very limited on talking about personal experiences.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yep.
So, but
I
I'll
sorry, it's
but I'll
just
answer your
you.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll absolutely answer your question. So, um, well, it just, there were just things that would happen that I thought were just demonic or of the devil, right? The way people would act or the way people would respond, um, uh, things like that. And this all happened when I was a believer, right? And now I see that I no longer believe in any of this. That there's been other explanations for things like that. Like for example, people who act demonic, maybe it was more a case of something like they had a condition, right? And that they were off their medication. And then once they got on their medication, things were better. I've heard of people who had sleep paralysis, right? We thought that was of the devil. But we know that sleep paralysis is a thing, and even though science can't really explain it, there are but it is something that they're studying and that they're aware of. They know where it comes from. They just don't really know how to like treat it in such a way. And I'm probably, I'm not saying it the right way. I'm not using quite the right words. However, there is like no quote unquote cure for it, right? So just kind of things like that. When I was having feelings, when I was going through, this is before I was in recovery. I used to think that was because of Satan. It was Satan that was coming after me, dark forces that were coming after me. When it was really that, that addiction was just really taking hold of me, and that there is a it's a brain disease. We know that to be the case. So it's just things like that.
Okay. So, um, do you know the story about like the two sides, and there was a fence and someone was going across to the other field and kept going back and forth?
No, I've never heard that.
Okay, hello?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
here.
so sorry.
No, it's okay.
And then the devil was like, you don't understand that I own the fence as well. The thing is that you might have experienced those things because you were kind of being targeted by the devil, but now that you don't believe in God, um and I do believe that the Quran is false because it contradicts itself. And I know that you said the Bible contradicts itself, which I don't think it does. I know that it doesn't. I'd rather not say I think. And I also do believe that my faith is larger than a mustard seed. But the thing is also when you asked, sorry, I changed subjects kind of, but um, when you ask God for something, and it is in his will. He
Hmm.
will do it, but when the time is right. So those two things are true, even though they sound a little bit different in the sense of like, if I ask for a flower, I might not get it in my hand immediately, but God touches someone's heart to give me a flower in that time that I need it. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
two things can be true at the same time. And so when you ask God for something, you're not saying you that's why in the Bible it also says that your prayer has to be specific because you're the Bible, you have to truly believe it, first of all.
Hmm.
And it has to be with good intention, as in, like, will it benefit you? Will it grow your love for God deeper?
Okay. All right. I hear it. Um, so you said that. Okay. So there's quite a few things here. So we can take these
There
one at
was
a
quite a
time.
few things. I'm so sorry.
No,
My
no, it's okay.
brain, I have ADHD, so I kind of bounce back and forth from things.
No worries. No worries. So we can take them one at a time. I want to stay linear with this. So We'll take these one at a
Okay.
time. So I heard the Bible isn't contradictory, right? That was one of
Yep.
them. Okay, no contradictions. And then God will do it, but in His time, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then what was the third one? Do you remember?
The one about the fence where the devil won't target you once he has you.
Oh yeah, yeah. Devil. So you think the devil has me?
Not in okay, if let's stay on that one first. So you had mentioned also in the last person morality, okay, where
Mhm.
does it come from? Each person has a conscience. They know that is sin is real because morals are real. Okay, whether something is good or bad, killing someone is always going to be bad and it is considered a sin. Lying is bad because you're deceiving someone, it is always a sin. So I go I go by the morals, like the 10 commandments, also by the grace of God.
Mhm.
Um but I don't you might not believe in the devil, but you also don't believe in God. And
Yep.
if you don't believe that Jesus is the Son, the truth, and the light, or is the way, the truth, and the life, you won't be able to go with God. So you are essentially not with God. So you are more of, well, like I said, I don't know your personal beliefs or anything like that, but
Okay.
if you're not with God, you're not for God,
Okay. Not with
if that
God,
makes
not
sense.
for God. Okay. How are would you say then that so if I said do you believe in okay, do you believe in Santa?
No, I don't believe in Santa.
Okay. So if I said to you, look, if you don't believe in Santa, you're not with Santa. Does what does that mean to you? Or does that have
No,
any type
Santa
of
doesn't
importance?
really have. No, it doesn't because it doesn't. Santa doesn't really have. Like, there's no way that Santa can be real because it's made up. It's
Really?
not.
Because
Yeah, it is. Like,
there's
do you
Saint
believe that
Nicholas.
someone comes? Do you believe that someone comes in your chimney every Christmas and drops off the gifts? Like,
No,
it
I
was
don't.
obvious.
But
Okay, so
there is
exactly.
well, there's a Saint Nicholas, right? There was a Saint Nicholas who actually lived, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
what
And
did he
we
do?
have well, I'm gonna have to look exactly, but Santa is based on Saint Nick, right? Santa Claus. And we have lots of books and lore on Santa Claus, right? We have a lot of books on Santa Claus, right?
Okay,
Okay.
and have those historically been proven correct?
I people would claim that yes.
Okay,
And
but I said historically, is it proved correct?
actually no. But I wouldn't say that Jesus' resurrection and ascension has been proven correct either. Would you?
It has though, because
It has.
there were over 300 witnesses of Jesus dying and resurrecting 3 days after he died.
Well, wait, you mean 500 witnesses, right?
500. I'm sorry, yes, 500. Or
500,
yeah.
yeah. I think you might have been thinking of the movie 300, right?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so. I don't
All
know
right.
that movie.
You don't know that movie? You've never seen that movie? You have
No, I
got to
haven't.
see that movie. Now
Really? I have
it's a
to
little
write it
violent,
down.
but yeah, you definitely
Okay.
have to see that movie. That's a yeah, type of one if you like 300. Chat, type of one if you like 300. Yeah, it was a great movie. So,
Dang, I have to watch it.
yeah, yeah. My favorite line, "This is Sparta." Oh, the other mic did not like it. Okay. So, security, can we handle the other mic, please? Because he didn't like 300. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So, it's all right. Ugh, jeez. It's all right. Ugh, I'm dying here. I'm dying. First curly fries and now 300. Oh my goodness. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. I got off track. 500 witnesses.
You're okay.
What are Amy? What are the names of the 500 witnesses?
I can't tell you for sure all 500, like you can't tell me all the people that saw Cleopatra. Like, you can't
Hmm,
fully say,
we have names for Cleopatra. Yeah.
well, well, I have names. The disciples saw him, his mother saw him, the other Mary saw him. was it in Martha, I believe.
And how do we know that
Um,
happened?
well, it was written. It
In the
was
Bible,
written
right?
in the Bible, which was historically correct.
What independent verification do we have that the disciples saw him, other than the Bible?
Well, other than
Mhm.
the Bible is the only historically correct book that has never contradicted itself. So historically, it has been proven correct. Everything that with the landmarks with Noah's Ark, it's correct. So it like if
No, not
everything
Noah's
else,
Ark.
actually, yes, it is.
Yeah. Do you have a source for that? We yeah, I can pull
Yeah.
it up on the screen. Yeah, let's take a look.
Hold on, let me
Yeah,
see if I
you
can
might
get
have
it
to.
from my
Yeah,
computer.
yeah, you might. Yeah, let's look at the source.
Hold on, give me 1 sec.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I got some friends. Got some friends. Hey, friends. I got Dark Knight. I see Philly Red. I see Beth Ray. Well, I got a lot of friends here. Not just them, but a lot of them. It's good to see you guys. Black Atheist? Oh my goodness. Yeah, a lot of friends here today. How you guys doing? Dan Blackroyd. See you again. It's good to see you again. Who else I got? Well, let's see. Intrepid Chimp. Yes. Evan Patterson. Yes. My future lunch date. Ed Glenn, my other future lunch date. Is Hate Ready up here? Hate Ready? Oh, she might have gotten disconnected. So benefit of the doubt. But yeah, it wasn't gonna go well. That's true. But hey, it's okay. All right. So I'm still, you know what? I'm still on the people not liking 300. 150K though. Awesome. Big W. I don't know. I'm still on that. I gotta get past that. I'm a little butthurt by that. I'm not gonna lie. But there's people out there who don't like 300, think it's okay. It was still fun, I guess. Yeah. Matthew 16:28. Yeah, Jile, in Deconstruction Junction. Yeah, I like to pull that one too. Accountability should happen in this life. Rainbow Ash, totally agree. I know you said that like an hour and a half ago, but I totally agree. Totally agree. So yeah, but all right, let's go to 300 is so good. Yeah, it is. You're right, Fraser. All right, let's go to Divine Reach. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, not
Can you hear me?
much. Yeah, yeah. Thanks
you
for
doing?
waiting. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Yeah, no problem. All
Yeah,
right, I'm doing good. I've enjoyed your analysis. I think you're a very, very smart guy. Been talking to some of these guys in the chat.
yeah.
Interesting
Hey,
conversations.
okay. Before we go any further, are you at least 18?
I am.
Splendid. All right. Excellent. Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate you waiting, and then I believe do you believe in the God of the Bible?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I figured that with Divine Reach. So, what is your best evidence besides personal experience that hell is real?
I don't have any evidence.
No evidence?
No evidence.
Okay. All right.
Do you have any evidence that it's not?
No. See, the
Well,
thing
so
is,
this is what I was discussing with some people in the chat. So
yeah.
when I first started, I was not a religious person,
Mhm.
and I started thinking to myself, why don't I just look at what the Bible says to do?
Okay.
So I read the Bible, and there was nothing in the Bible that I was against, not doing.
Mhm.
So I wanted to ask you that. What's in the Bible that you don't want to do?
Genocide, rape, child trafficking. I would not sell my daughter as a slave. What else? I would not rip pregnant bellies open.
Okay,
So
well,
quite a bit of stuff.
okay.
Yeah.
So let me rephrase that question. What commandments that you were instructed not to do that you not want to do,
That I
such
was.
as stealing, murder, lying, things like that.
Well, yeah,
Which,
I
in
already
my
don't.
mind, are
I
kind of
already.
morality.
Yeah, I already don't do those things. So,
But
and
you
I
don't
was
do them. Why?
because I don't want to.
Because you're choosing to be good.
No, because I don't want to. Not choosing to be good. It's just
Why
I don't
not?
want to. Well, because it's harmful. Number one, it infringes upon people's freedom and well-being, and that's contradictory. So I'd be a hypocrite if I was to infringe on somebody else's freedom and well-being, and then claim that I am entitled to freedom and well-being as well. So I wouldn't do that. Would you agree that
So you have a
schmurdering?
concept of
Wait, hold
morality.
on. I got a question. Do you agree that? Do you agree that that schmurdering somebody would infringe on their freedom and well-being?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So yeah, my concept of morality, see, that's logical, right? So that's based on the laws of logic, and that's where my morality comes from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's not the fear of God, and it's not.
Well, that'd be like saying I have fear of monsters in my closet, right? So I don't have a fear of God. No. Why would I fear
Okay.
God if I don't believe in him?
I don't think you should if you don't believe in him.
Perfect. So see, that makes sense, right?
But I
Because it
think
would
it's
it would be
interesting
a
that you have a
logical.
concept of morality
Yeah, and it's based on logic.
because you just want to be a good person, which is interesting to me because you're choosing to be a righteous person, but you're not doing it because God told you to do it.
Nope.
You're not doing it because you fear God.
I'm doing it because it's logical.
It's just what you want to do.
Well, that and it's logical. It's the logical thing to do.
Logical. I mean, if there was no
You don't think it's logical
consequences
to not
well, if there were
steal from somebody?
consequences for anything, if there were no consequences, if somebody might say it's logical to say, I need food, I'm going to go take food. That's logic.
Okay, so there has to be
Morality is I'm not going to take food because it's wrong. It
Okay.
infringes on someone else. So you have empathy for other people.
Okay, so help me out here. So it's not logic, or it's logical or not logical to steal from somebody.
To me, it's logical. If you don't have food, you will go take food so you can eat.
Yeah,
logic.
that's not
I need
logical to
food,
me.
I'm going to go take food.
That's not logical to me.
But you are not using logic. You're using morality, saying
No, I am using logic.
I
And
don't want to
I'll show you why.
infringe on someone else's
Freedom and
happiness.
well-being. Yeah, freedom. No, I didn't say happiness. I said freedom and well-being. Would you agree or disagree that taking food from somebody infringes upon their freedom and well-being?
Yeah.
And is everybody entitled to freedom and well-being?
Yeah.
Okay, so and you're familiar with the law of non-contradiction, right?
No.
Okay, so the law of non-contradiction states that basically it states that contradictions are not true, and so that something cannot be logical if it contradicts something else, right? So for example, a squared circle, those two things contradict each other, so squared circles don't exist, right? So it would be like saying that so for me to say I'm entitled to freedom and well-being, I'm hungry, I need food, I'm going to go steal from you, Divine Reach, because I see you eating a burger. I'm just going to walk up and take your burger from you. I'm infringing upon your freedom and well-being. That's not logical. And so that's immoral. You see? So
sure. I mean,
so I wouldn't
don't
do
know
that.
why that matters, really.
Well, it matters because it's immoral and it's infringing upon your freedom and well-being. And I don't want to live hypocritically. I'm not a hypocrite. And so I'm not going to steal from somebody to infringe upon their freedom and well-being. That's hypocrisy.
Yeah, that makes sense, but it's also something that God said not to do.
Well, I don't believe that. So why would I believe that?
Well, so you just think that the Bible was written by a random guy? It's not the word of God.
A bunch of random guys. Yeah, it's not the word of God. Well, how do you know it's the word of God?
I don't know anything.
You don't know. Okay. What's the evidence
I don't know
that
anything, and I don't lean on my own understanding of anything because I don't have that understanding.
Okay, I got you.
And I trust God.
Okay.
I trust God.
Do you have
and that's based on faith, not evidence or knowledge.
I got you. Divine Reach, would you consider yourself a person who tries to do the right thing?
I do.
I sense that too, because
I try to do
You kind
what
of hit me. You
God
came
wants
right
me
at me
to
with
do.
morality. Okay. You try to do what God wants you to do, right?
That's right.
Okay. So what's more important is, so would you say on your list of priorities, like where would you say God's will, following God's will lands on your list of priorities?
It's everything.
It's everything? Okay.
It's
So
everything.
all right. So let me test this. So if there was, let's just say you were walking in a park, right? And you see a pond. It's only about 2 feet high, but you see a toddler drowning in that 2 foot high pond pond. It's only 2 feet high, but it's enough. That's enough to drown a toddler. Um, would it be the right thing to do if you said it's God's will that this child is drowning and not do anything?
That would I don't believe that's God's will.
Well, it does say in the Bible, because you said you read the Bible, right?
Some of it, most of it.
Most of it? Okay.
I don't, I'm not super religious, and I think religion is an easy way to confuse and divide people.
Yeah.
So I get it, and I've read all different religious books. I just don't think they're that different, and they all say similar concepts and similar tenets of morality, same things you're talking about.
Yeah.
The fact that you're a moral person tells me that God's presence in your life is stronger than you're giving credit for, because if not, you would descend into pure evil.
Yeah.
But
So
to answer your question, would I save a dying toddler? Yeah, I would.
you would? Okay. Would
I
God do it?
believe that would be, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Well, what do you mean you don't know?
I don't know if God would save someone or not.
You don't know if God would save somebody or not. Is it the right thing to do to
Uh-huh.
save? Is it the right thing to do to save the dying toddler?
Maybe.
Maybe. Why wouldn't it be? Because it's either,
Because I don't
because
know. I
maybe
don't know
maybe means
God's ways,
like
and I
a
don't
yes or no.
question God's ways. If God decided not to save him, God decided not to save him.
Okay.
I've seen it happen.
Yeah. So
And I don't really question it. And even I've suffered, and I don't understand God's ways. That's the point.
between, okay, so you said you would save the drowning toddler. You don't know if
I
God
would, because I think it's right, and I'd jump in and save him. And then if it was not the right thing to do, then
Okay. But you
okay,
would
if I
agree
found
that,
out that was not the right thing to do,
yeah, you would agree that lots of toddlers drown, right?
I would agree that there's tons of suffering in the world that doesn't make any sense. In fact, my own family members have suffered tremendously,
yeah,
and I don't understand it.
yeah.
But I don't curse God. There's also the Book of Job,
Hmm.
which I think is a fairly interesting sort of allegory. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's made up. Maybe the whole Bible's made up. I don't know these answers.
All right.
And I think that, the reason why I wanted to come in here is because there's never going to be any evidence of hell. There's never going to be any evidence of God.
All right. Well,
And
we're
the
kind of
need
drifting
for
here. Let me
evidence,
jump in a little bit. So, I understand. I mean, but you understand that, when I say what's your best evidence that hell is real, and because I mean, I could have just spawn killed you right at the outset, but I wanted to talk to you because, if you say I don't have any evidence, then, there's really not much else to talk about. But I'm still willing to talk to you. It's just that, if you can't tell me whether or not God would save a drowning toddler, why should I believe that this God exists?
I don't think anybody's forcing you to believe that.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you why you think I should believe it.
I don't think you should believe it. If you don't believe it, you don't believe it.
Okay.
And you're obviously a smart person. You've read the whole Bible.
Yeah.
You've read these texts. You're not just somebody who is just saying things because you think it. You've studied it. You've researched it, and you don't believe it.
I have. Yeah. I've studied it pretty
So
well.
I don't, and no, I don't have any evidence. So if you're looking for evidence of hell, I don't think you're going to find any. Who's going to come
Okay.
up here and give you evidence of hell?
Well, people try.
What did they
People
say?
try.
What was the evidence?
A
They got
lot
pictures?
of it was they tried to do the personal experience thing, but I kind of cut that off at the pass because
Like a near-death experience?
yeah, we talked about that earlier, and then I get a lot of trauma dumps, which I'm not really interested in hearing anymore. So I don't want to do
Okay.
that,
Would you believe that there's such thing as evil?
Yeah, I would if there was evidence.
Well, do you look at the world and see evil in the world?
I see some harmful things, which could be considered evil. I don't think it's, well, see, my definition of evil is profoundly immoral or wicked, right?
So if
What?
I roll up to you and steal your burger because I'm hungry, is that evil?
No, it's harmful. I wouldn't necessarily call it evil unless you were intent on harming me. But if you're hungry, no, it's just you've done the wrong thing. It's just, but I wouldn't necessarily call you evil. So it would depend on your
Hmm.
intentions. So
Hmm.
yeah. So I mean, you kind of agree with that, right? Like if like there's a difference
Well, I
between
think there's actually evil. I think there's actually evil where people are.
what's your definition of evil?
Um, it's kind of hard to define, but I think I think your definition's probably kind of close. They
Pretty
want
good.
to harm people.
Yeah.
They want to do something dark.
There's like intent,
It's
right?
hatred.
Yeah.
Hatred.
It's like intent.
Um,
Yeah. Like you're
yeah,
intending to hurt
and
somebody.
okay,
Yeah.
so in within human beings, there's the capacity to be an extremely moral person, and there's the capacity to be somebody who wants to hurt other people. Call that evil.
Hmm.
Um, and so that's sort of the idea of hell, is that for those evil people who chose evil,
Yeah.
who chose to hurt people, who chose to kill people, who chose to do whatever,
Hmm.
that's where they are going to go.
Yeah.
That's sort of the idea.
Yeah.
Or it's the separation of God. It's a separation from God where there is no God because you don't want God.
Okay.
So let's say you ended up dying one day and you found out that it was all actually true,
Hmm.
and you chose your whole life to be separated from
Hmm.
God. So he said, okay, I'm going to let you go where you want to go. And then you descend there.
Okay. So let's kind of,
That's the idea behind the Christian faith, right?
yeah. Okay. I gotcha. So let's go back to what I was asking about the toddler drowning.
Yeah.
So so you said you weren't sure if this was God's will or not for this toddler to be drowning, right?
Well, so there could be things like other reasons why that I'm not aware of. For example, why God might not save a person.
Yeah, but there might be some other reasons why, but I'm asking you if if it's God's will or not for that child to be drowning.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I personally believe anything that happens is God's will.
Anything that happens is God's will. So yes, you would agree.
I personally believe it. I do.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So it would be God's will that that child is drowning, right?
Hmm.
Okay. So then it would be, would it be the right thing to do then for you to just say, that's God's will, I'm not going to save this child from drowning, and watch it happen?
I don't know, because I might actually say to myself, well, it's God's will that I'm here right now, and therefore it's God's
Sure,
will
it
that
could
I
be.
save him.
Yeah, it could be.
Probably what I would think.
How would you be able to tell the difference?
I don't. I assume it.
You assume it, right?
I
So
do.
okay, so like when you see something like Ecclesiastes
Like I assume
chapter
that things that happen in my life are there because that is I was put there for that reason,
yeah,
or I interacted for that reason. For
okay,
example, I'm speaking to you for some reason.
Mhm.
I came onto this, like for example, if people surf their For You page, right? Do you assume those videos are coming to you because it's just an algorithm,
yeah, it is an
or
algorithm.
are you being
Simply what it
contacted?
is. That's simply what it is. It's an algorithm. Because I was in systems engineering for over 25 years. I'm very intimately familiar with how algorithms work. That's definitely an algorithm. Yeah. So like what it says in Ecclesiastes 3 verse 2, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to pluck up what is planted. So you would say then, so what if this was just this child's time to die, and that's God's
Yeah,
will?
and that's
Right.
that could be true. And then he even says he
Sure.
sometimes ends people's lives because of the evil that's going to come to them.
Yeah. So then
I
how,
don't know.
so
I
then it
think
would
that
be the
God's
right thing
will
to
is
do.
that.
Yeah. Okay. So it would be the right thing for you to do to just sit and watch the child die, right?
I think it would be right for me to save him, and then if that was not God's will and God wanted him to perish, then
Hmm.
I wouldn't be able to save him.
You wouldn't be able to if it was his will to?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's right.
Right. And so then why do it in the first place?
Why try to save him?
Yeah, because see, if it's God's
Because
will to
I
let
would
it
assume
let the
I
child
would
drown,
assume that I like, so for example, if I'm walking in life and I'm in a situation where I see somebody who needs help,
Mhm.
I assume that it was God's will for me to help the person.
okay.
If I try to help them and I cannot do it, then I move on,
Are you familiar
because
with
then
Proverbs 16 verse 33?
I'm not like memorized like that. No.
The lot is cast into the lap, but the decision is the Lord's alone. So you could just stand by and watch the child drown and just say this decision is the Lord's alone. So
I
would
could,
that
and I could say, God, please save this child.
right? But I'm
If he
asking you
doesn't do
though,
it,
I'm asking you, would that be the right thing to do?
would
You're
it be
kind of
the
dodging that question.
moral thing to do?
Would
No,
it would not be the right thing to do is
it
to
would not be the moral thing to do,
well, why not? Because it's God's will. You said
because it's the
God
same
following.
definition as
Well, hold on. You said following God's will is everything, and you already acknowledged that it's God's will that that child is drowning. So it would so according to your logic, it is following God's will to watch that child drown because the decision is the Lord's alone. Is Proverbs 16 verse 33 not true or true?
well, I don't know what that means.
This is the lot is
What that
cast into the lap,
verse
but
mean?
the decision is
What's
the
the
Lord.
lot? What does that mean? The
It
lot is
means
cast
the
into
lot
the
is
lap.
yeah, the lot is cast, which means everything has been everything's in motion. Everything's been setting in motion, and but the decision is the Lord's alone, which means that only God can make the decision. So, like you said, even if you tried to save the child and didn't, that is the decision of the Lord. So it would likewise be it was decision of the Lord for that child to start drowning, right? So it would be morally right for you to stand and watch that child drown and let the decision of the Lord alone handle it, right?
I think so. Yeah. When you flesh it out like that, I think I see your point,
Wow.
and I think I agree with it,
Wow. Okay.
because God won't let him drown.
He wouldn't let him drown. And so you would find it
No.
okay to watch him
If God
drown.
didn't want him to drown, he's not going to drown.
Yeah. Now do you seriously believe that or are you trolling me?
I absolutely believe it.
Okay.
Like 1000%.
Okay.
And I think I just have massive amount of faith.
Okay.
Through through mostly personal experience. So I'm not going to get
Yeah.
into that.
No, it's fine.
But yeah, I mean, I just do. As crazy as that sounds.
Yeah.
And sometimes it does feel like, is this really right? Like, should you really think this?
Mhm.
And sometimes you don't even know what God's will is.
Yeah.
It's not like God is calling me on my phone and saying, "Hey, here's my will."
Yeah.
So I don't think it's as simple to say you can know it.
Okay.
And that's what sucks. But
Okay.
and I struggle with it like anybody else. But I don't think we're that different in terms of why we are choosing to do good things versus evil things.
I would disagree because
Um,
well, here's why. Because in that situation, I would immediately save the child from drowning, like without hesitation, and I wouldn't have to go through these. I wouldn't have to wonder, is this within God's will or not? Since I don't believe in a God, I don't believe there's a God's will.
Well,
For
let me ask you
me,
a question.
it's
It's a
the
completely
preservation of
different
right to
topic than
life.
this. Let me ask you a question. It's a completely different topic.
Hold
than
that
this,
thought.
and
We
I
got to
want to
do.
ask an atheist this.
Okay, hang on. We got to do a kick poll real quick. We're at 20 minutes, so
All right.
let me do that real quick. All right, so we're at a kick poll with Divine Reach, and we've been talking about toddlers drowning in the pond and all that stuff. So not exactly pleasant stuff, but it's been a pleasant conversation. Would you agree, Divine Reach? I think we had a pretty pleasant conversation.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
really appreciate you, man. And I
Yeah,
think this
absolutely.
is a great live. And like some of the
Thank
other
you.
ones get real toxic.
Yeah,
So
I hear you.
there's a reason why you're so successful doing this.
Well, I appreciate you, man. Okay, let's do the kick poll. Happy face if you'd like Divine Reach to stick around for another 20 minutes, or crying face if you want to move on to the next guest. So polling starts now. So let's please vote, everybody, and please tap the buttons at the bottom. Divine Reach, you are more than welcome to vote for yourself if you'd like. Nah,
All right.
you're gonna leave it to the guests.
All
Okay.
right, yeah, I'm gonna leave it to God's will,
right.
which is me getting out of here. Looks like.
Okay.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah.
And thanks for the forum.
Yeah, you got it, Divine Reach. I appreciate you coming up. Well, we got 40 seconds left. If you want to ask your question real quick, we can leave it on that note.
Nah, that's cool. That's all good.
Okay. Well, hey, I thank you again
God bless, though.
Yeah. Thank you again for coming up, and I appreciate you being very cordial and polite and all that good stuff. So appreciate
For
that.
sure.
All right, man.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
All right.
Yeah. give the guests a W. And you know what? I really appreciate it when the guests are honest. I do appreciate that. And you know what? He did say, hey, as crazy as it sounds, this is what I think. And yeah, and I appreciate that. So, and look at that. Look who just walked in. Did I see a Christ before Jesus sighting? Did I really see that? Okay, well, we're going to say hello to my little friend, if he's willing to come up. That's what we're going to do. Maybe not, but that's okay. I'm hungry too, Sage. But see, Sage, you got to stop like kissing on Jesus, because yesterday Jesus gave you mono. I'm just saying, you know. Say hello to my little friend. You know what? I want to get the t-shirt. There was a movie that had Owen Wilson. I can't remember the name of the movie, but he had a t-shirt that had a gnome on it, like one of those yard gnomes, lawn gnomes, and it said at the bottom, "Say hello to my little friend." It always cracks me up. I don't know why. I can't remember the name of the movie though. I don't really think it matters, but yeah. So we have CBJ in the house. So welcome. Welcome. Yeah, and the original Say Hello to My Little Friend. That was a great movie as well. But it's the comedy with Owen Wilson. I cannot remember the name of it, but this is a long time ago. So all right. Well, Divine Reach. It's a good conversation. That went by fast. 20 minutes fast. Okay, Giggles, Christ Child, and then Kevin has your number 68. So Giggles, Christ Child, which you are up next. So let's get you up here. Giggles, Christ Child, how's it going?
Hi, I've never done this before. I've never been on a live.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming in. Just for TikTok's sake, we got to follow terms of service. You're at least 18, right?
I'm 44.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. And then I assume because of your name that you believe in the God of the Bible, right?
I absolutely believe in the God of the Bible.
Wonderful. And what is your best evidence besides personal experience that hell is real?
Global warming.
Global warming. Interesting. Why so?
Well, I believe that the Bible backs all my evidence. So plain and simple. In Isaiah, it says that hell has enlarged herself and opened her mouth without measure, and their glory and their multitude and their pomp, and he that rejoiceth shall descend into it. So we already know, I know, that from the Bible, it tells me that hell is going to get larger. Well, I also believe that because Jesus left the cross and went down into hell and pulled all the people out of paradise, that both hell could see Abraham. It was called Abraham's bosom paradise. Hell could see Abraham and talk to him across a great gulf, and that God emptied that out, and he took those people to the third heaven after they all wandered the earth for 40 days. So I believe that now hell has overtaken what used to be paradise, and that is what is causing the global warming.
Okay. Now we've changed it to climate change. And reason being is because it's extreme weather patterns. Like there's extreme cold as well as extreme heat. So what explains the extreme cold that we're experiencing as well?
I think the extreme cold comes from snapbacks. I used to work at a weather center.
Yeah.
I promise you, anything that happens on Earth affects the whole Earth if it's weather. If it's, even an earthquake, no matter how small, it'll affect things on the other side of the Earth. Like the sands from the Sahara, uh, send warm winds that stir over the ocean,
Mm-hmm.
the Atlantic, that determine whether or not we're going to get tropical storms. If
Mm-hmm.
we don't at least get tropical storms, then we will have a drought in middle America.
Yeah.
So all weather affects all weather, and I just think that's the natural snapback. When you have extreme heat on
Natural
one
snapback.
side, you're going to have extreme cold on the other side.
Okay, I got you. So when we have these climatologists who are saying that this is man-made, is that true or not?
I think it's partially true because humans were designed to affect the earth. We were told by God to subdue it, to dominate it.
Mm-hmm.
And so, of course, everything that we do is going to have an effect. And I think that that effect happens spiritually as well. So, like, everything that you do can continue on, good or bad. It has a fruitfulness where, it may start out as one person trying drugs, and then that turns into um, they make a dealer out of someone else who knows how to make that drug. And the same thing happens with good things. Someone invents a new way to make bread that uses less flour, less resources, and that affects and makes it fruitful going down. And then we all use the previous knowledge, good or bad,
Mm-hmm.
to affect our daily lives, depending on how we want our daily lives to go.
Okay. All right, I got you. So you did quote Isaiah as basically, the earth is opened, or hell, a portal is open. Basically, that's essentially what it says. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out then is how could we test this and to confirm that this is actually a portal to hell is opened up, causing this climate change and these snapbacks versus any other reason. What's a way we could test this?
Well, I don't know if there is a way that you can test it,
Hmm.
because I really do think that um, many things God has created a mystery on purpose, because He wants that when you go digging into it, you find Him. He even says that He is revealed in the majesty of His creation. So the more that you learn about creation, the more that you learn about God,
Hmm.
because He's at the middle of it all.
Hmm.
He is the one that sustains it, contains it, and is through it. And that's what I believe the end hell is going to be. God's going to pull Himself out. And I don't know if you heard about the scientists that finally built the biggest microscope, and they found something in the middle of the atom that didn't have a pattern like all the other things in the atom. And what did they call it? They said, we had found God. So I believe that that gluon particle that looks like what God says He is according to the Bible,
Wait,
light.
hold on. Let me stop right there. You said they found God inside of an atom. Do you have a source for that?
That's what the scientists said when they found the gluon.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd love to look that up. I haven't heard that before. Do you have a source? I mean, we'll pull it up for everybody. Do you have like a scientific paper that says that, or
It's been
like,
so long since I read that one. I can look it up.
let's see, gluon particle?
I mean, I'm
They
sure
found
you can
God.
easily.
Let's see. I'm just typing that into Google. Okay. Well, now AI says no, a gluon particle is not found to be God. Rather, the Higgs boson was sometimes called the God particle. Is that what you mean? By physicist Leon Letterman? Is that what you mean?
Possibly.
Okay. So
Um,
so you know that when they called it the God particle, that was just kind of a name for it. Didn't actually mean they found God.
Okay, so my belief is that gluon particle, it looks like light. You can't actually see it. You can only see the tail of it because it moves so fast that It's like a comet. You can only see where it's
Mm-hmm.
been. So, maybe the guy who told me about it said that it was like God. Either which way.
Yeah, if you like go to
I believe,
space.com, it tells you about why it's called the God particle. It says it explains why.
right.
And it's from Leon Letterman's 1992 book. He was kind of making a metaphor. So that's where it came from. I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's more of a metaphor than anything, because they're trying to find like a unifying theory of physics and all that stuff, and so like an explanation for everything,
Right.
because we typically tend to use God as an explanation for everything, right? So that's why they
Right.
kind of associate it, yeah. But it doesn't really necessarily mean it's actually like a God particle. But okay.
Well, whether or not it is the God particle, this is what I believe. I believe that whether we can see it or not, there is an essence of God, the spirit, not God, a physical manifestation that sustains all atoms. And so, what is going to happen at the end of times is that God is going to pull that particle out, and then everything has nuclear capabilities more than uranium. So, as soon as the first thing smacks together, what happens? The entire universe collapses into a black hole, and that black hole, to the souls that are in it, will feel like the Gehenna hell that is mentioned in the Bible. And because the Bible itself says the earth will melt with a fervent heat, I believe that that's what's going to happen. That God's going to pull his sustaining power out of the earth, and then all particles are going to turn into a lake of fire. It'll be a supernova.
Now, how do we know any of this is true, though?
I don't know that it can be proven. I'm just saying that's what my belief is. And you asked, what's your best evidence for hell is real? And I think it's the global warming, the huge snaps.
Yeah. Well,
And
okay.
I don't know if
'cause-
there is proof, because I know that the Bible specifically says that he will destroy the wisdom of the wise. He'll destroy the cleverness of the clever.
Yeah.
He'll nullify the philosopher and the scholar, because he wants us to come to him in humility, not in pride of knowledge.
Yeah.
So you can't find him, and you can't find proof, because that's coming to him with knowledge. You have to come to him in humility. Like, look, I'm willing to believe I can't do this without you, and that you are God.
Okay.
Or it's the faith in humility that turns into obedience. And because God chooses preaching, just having a discussion is not going to get you anywhere to closer to believe. It's just going to get you to maybe want to dig through it all over again and be like, I wonder if that's right.
Okay. So the
And maybe
discoveries.
seek out a preacher.
Okay. So the discoveries that the scientists are making, are these not real discoveries then?
No, I think they're absolutely real discoveries.
Well, they're
because-
knowledge, though, right? They're gaining knowledge. So isn't that God kind of working against them? Because
But-
the more knowledge
but
you get, the
how
less
do
you
you-
won't get to the truth. You previously said that, right? So is it?
Okay, so-
yeah. So I mean, if they're getting knowledge, is the knowledge that they have true? Because if you're saying that if the more knowledge you get, the less you won't get to the truth. You can only get to the truth to God if you have no knowledge. So you have to be humble. You have to kind of, say, I can only get it through God. I can only get it through you. So how are they getting all this knowledge, and how is it possibly true?
So I believe that we're three parts, that we are body, soul, and spirit. And so I think that you can have a fleshly knowledge. You just have to acknowledge that knowledge, no matter what it is, I mean,
Mhm.
even if you're the best mathematician on earth, you would still have to acknowledge that knowledge will never reach the knowledge of the being that is God, no matter how you define God. And then when someone speaks to you about the God of the Bible, if you can come to it in humility, no matter the knowledge that you have, but
Mm-hmm.
willing to accept that your knowledge is not infallible,
You think
then
scientists say that their knowledge is infallible?
I think some do.
You think
Absolutely.
some do? You think they think that their knowledge is perfect and that they can't be wrong? Do we have examples of that?
I don't know whether or not we have examples of that, but I know too many people that aren't scientists who actually believe that nothing they say is
Oh yeah. I
ever
agree with
going
you
to be
there.
proven wrong.
Yeah,
It's
I
an
agree with you there.
ego.
Yeah. You,
And I do
yeah.
believe that there are a lot of scientists that have the ego that would get like I wouldn't even give it a percentage because I don't know. I don't have that information. Nor have I studied it, nor do I want to. I just know that ego is a big part of a lot of humanity.
So, because I run into people in my lives like this all the time. You know, it's called you've heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect? You've heard of that?
No.
Okay, so Dunning-Kruger effect, basically what it basically means is it is a person who is supremely confident in something they think they know, in something that they have no expertise on. So it's like a person trying to give like trying to say they're an expert in automotive in cars, and they've never worked on a car before. It's like trying to tell a mechanic how to fix a car. Something like that. Or like, you know,
Oh,
like
but
if they tell, like if a mechanic says this is how you change the oil, and then a person who's never worked on cars before says no, it's not, you can do it totally this way, and they are like supremely confident that they are right. That's what we would call the Dunning-Kruger effect.
nice.
Yeah. So I totally understand. I run into people like that all the time. I'm just not sure that I would attribute that to scientists though. Like I do agree with you. Like there are scientists who are like really confident in their abilities, right? I just have yet to run into a scientist who has said I am never wrong. That's why I was asking you, like, do you have an example?
I mean, I have an example of a friend who's a scientist, but you wouldn't know him. He's not published anywhere.
Yeah. Is he like a PhD?
Yes.
Is a PhD? Okay. And so what is
He's a PhD in math and chemistry.
And he's told you he can never be wrong?
He brags about it often.
Wow.
That's one of his favorite brags. In fact, we argued for 3 days whether or not him saying that my shoes look like poop was a compliment.
Okay. Well, that sounds like he's socially awkward too. because
A little bit.
yeah, that sounds like social awkward. I hope you're not like dating this guy, you know. But
Oh, absolutely not.
okay, good. Because that's like wow, you know? Yeah, because I would agree. Saying your shoes look like poop is not a compliment at all. So I would agree with that. Okay, so I guess I'm trying to, because you know, here's the thing. I go by evidence, right? And so I will believe something if there's evidence to it, right? So if we don't have evidence do we have evidence that the Bible is true?
I think the evidence is in small details. Like, if you truly study the Bible, and I study the actual Hebrew and Greek Bibles, not the translations, the
Yeah.
many translations. I don't trust them, and I think that you have to compare them to too many things before you get the idea of what the original text was trying to say.
Mhm.
And that's my own personal opinion. But
Yeah, I agree.
it's because no other manuscript has 53 different authors that have come together under a general consensus on a central idea ever.
Yeah. And are you saying that
Um,
you're are you fluent in Greek and Hebrew?
I am fluent in Greek for reading it. I can read it.
You can read it?
I can't
Okay.
speak it.
Can't speak it? Okay. So that's
Mm-mm.
cool. All right. Awesome. You know, you should try out have you seen Deconstruction Zone? He's another content creator on here, and he knows the Hebrew and the Greek. Um, and
Oh,
so
nice.
yeah, so you should try going on his show sometime. He's usually on right around this time. But yeah, if you just look up Deconstruction Zone on TikTok, you'll find his lives. And you know, because he can go over with you like the different, like the Masoretic text and all that stuff. He can go over that with you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that
I'll
might
have to look
be
him up.
yeah, yeah, you definitely have to look him up because he's some now I don't know the Hebrew and the Greek, right? I just go by like I can do like words and that's with like a translator. So that's the best I can do. And I get it wrong, so I get it wrong a lot. Because, you know, because there's context in it, right? There's idioms, there's phrases, there's metaphors, you know, so you got to know that stuff and you got to know the culture and all that stuff, right? I'm still working my way through that.
Well, and for me, the more that I learn,
Yeah.
the more that I feel complete freedom and I see the love in the message. Like,
Mhm.
um, as a woman, I feel like love should absolutely be a choice. So
Yeah, I agree.
I I
Well,
love that the
to some extent, yeah. Sometimes you just can't
um
help how you feel, you know. If you feel love for somebody, sometimes you just can't choose that.
well, but are feelings facts?
No, you're right. Feelings are not
Mhm.
facts. And so yes, you could definitely love the wrong person, right? Like we so many stories about people who fall in love with somebody and they turn out to be a con person, right? To be a con
Right.
con artist. Yeah. So many stories about that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You can. I'm just saying that a lot of times you can't help how you feel, right? But it doesn't it by no means says that those are facts. You are absolutely right. I agree with you on that.
Well, so I think that we, humanity, are here because we're an expression of God's love.
Mm.
God had already created the angels and he gave them the ability to choose, but he didn't give them the right. He didn't give them the right because they were already created of God's substance, of spirit
Mm-hmm.
substance. They were in the spiritual realm, they weren't in the physical realm. And when one of the angels went against God's will, he had to, in love, throw that angel out of heaven because otherwise heaven would not be heaven to anyone
Mm.
because
Gotcha.
death would have entered in. Because if you are an all-knowing creature that was the beginning of everything and see the end of everything, then you know everything that's going to destroy someone. And because everyone is your creation, you don't want them to destroy themselves and you don't want them to destroy other people. And that is the essence of the entire Bible. Don't destroy yourself and don't destroy other people.
Okay.
And as long as you love me and follow my way, I will show you how to do that.
All right. Hold that thought. We got to do a kick poll. So we're at the 20-minute
Not a
mark. A
problem.
little bit over 20 minutes, but okay. So I've been talking to Giggles and so I'm going to start the kick poll. So it started now. So please tap the happy face if you'd like Giggles to stay or the crying face to move on to the next guest. We kind of do it democratically. It's more like a constitutional monarchy, and you're welcome to vote for yourself. Just tap one of the emojis at the bottom of your chat screen with where it says the countdown. And also, please don't manually type in because your vote won't count. So you have to use one of the buttons. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. And I think though that I would you know, if we don't have evidence that these things are happening or anything like that, then yeah, I would side with I would wait and see if these things are actually happening when we have more evidence. You know what I mean?
I do understand that. To me, um, I don't want to chance it because I've studied too much about what hell is going to be.
Mm,
Um, and the idea of forever loneliness, not hearing or seeing anyone else in complete darkness, terrifies me. And I know that fear can get you in the door, but you can't end it there.
Yeah, I hear
So
that.
I liked that you were like, what's your best evidence of hell? For me, it is global warming, because I think that is what's happening under the surface. Because that's where the Bible says that hell is. And that as we get closer to the end of days, which I believe is happening within the next 6 to 10 years, that the chaos that is going to happen on earth is going to be insane. And then you'll see more of the miracles that you were talking about with previous guests.
Okay. Well, hey, Giggles, thanks for coming up. They did want to move on to the next guest, but I appreciate talking to you.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Appreciate talking to you.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care. So, yeah, it looks like it came down to, end of days. And that seems like to be a major concern for the guest. That's what it looks like. So let's peek on over at some of the other. Alan Animus, feels over reels. Yeah, I hear that. Feels over reels. That's what it sounded like to me. Let's see what we got here. They're having their own conversation over at Deconstruction Junction. Hope you guys are enjoying the live at Deconstruction Junction. Hope you guys are enjoying it. But let's see. There's no heaven, would you still love God? That's a good question. That's an excellent question. If there was no heaven, would you still love God? Have you watched Atheist Experience? I have. I have before. I haven't lately. Ooh, somebody gave me a tiny reading. Thank you. Appreciate that. Evan Patterson. And I got a bunch of journey passes and roses from Super 1076. Appreciate you. Appreciate that. So thank you, Nino. Appreciate the accolades. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the live. I'm gonna put my goal up here. So, yep. If you got a spare 20 cents, please consider, because that TikTok likes that, and they feature my live more when they see that I'm getting gifts and lots of likes. I've gotten a lot of likes already, so that's awesome. So I keep it reasonable at like 20 cents. So I'm a brilliant host. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I just try to be respectful and cordial, yet, kind of find that balance between like trying to find out, where they're at. So that's kind of where I'm at with that, And all right, so let's go to the next one. Kevin has your number. How's it going, Kevin?
Hello.
Hello. For TikTok purposes, just we can get out of the way. Are you at least 18?
I am 57.
Okay, wonderful. All right, Kevin. And thanks for waiting. Appreciate you waiting. So, which God do you believe in? The God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
Most likely the God of the Bible.
All right.
But I think people, take the Bible at face value, where it's like, Noah lived to 900 and the Red Sea parted and all these things. I think a lot of these things in the Bible are symbolic.
Okay, a lot of it's symbolic. All right.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of symbolism.
Okay.
And the thing with hell is I don't believe in hell.
You don't believe in hell?
I don't believe in hell.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm really looking to talk to people who do believe in hell and have evidence that exists. Do you believe?
Hell to me is within our minds.
All right.
So there's a lot of people who suffer in life, and it is a living hell for some people.
Sure. And like I said, I really want to talk to people who believe hell is an actual place, like a real place, and that they have evidence for that. So, because like if we start talking, because there's a lot of people who do believe like hell is just like it's in your mind or something like that, and while that may be true for them.
I wanted to know, like, okay, you used to be a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've let that go. You don't believe in God. You don't believe in a higher power at all. You're just into humanism, right?
Yep. More or
Okay.
less. Yeah.
So why have these conversations with people who believe in these things? Why
Reason,
don't
reason
why
why
not?
is because there are a lot of people who believe in it and it drives their actions. And a lot of these times, these actions end up harming others. And so, also, there are people who come to me and tell me that God exists, hell is real. You should come to my church so you can be saved. They send me letters, they knock on my door, they approach me at the grocery store. I think, at the very least, if you're going to tell me all these things, that you should be able to explain to me that hell exists and why, like what your evidence is. I think that's a very reasonable ask on my part, wouldn't you say?
Well, I just find it interesting that you don't believe in any of this, where you're still wanting to interact with people that
Yeah.
believe in these.
Yeah, and the reason why is because it affects my life and it affects others' lives. And so I think if it's going to affect my life to that degree, like it'd be different if we're talking about Santa Claus, because that doesn't affect my life at all, whether or not someone believes in Santa Claus, right? But we're talking about a concept that people believe in that, and from my point of view, there's no evidence of, and there, or at least insufficient evidence, and then they're telling me this is real, and then they're coming to me and they're trying to get me to attend their places. And so when it is starting to, come into my space, then I'm going to ask people, why do you think this is true? I think that's reasonable. Don't you think that's reasonable?
No.
No, you think that's
I can't.
unreasonable because
Yeah.
people, yeah,
Why even want to know what these people think if you don't believe in any of this? This is a bunch of nonsense to you.
like I said, it affects my life. If it didn't
How
affect my
does it
life,
affect your life?
I just told you. What did I say?
You said people are coming to you and with God and all this stuff, and I mean, you could just not talk to them.
Yeah, and I could do that, but why should I do that?
So why stress yourself out?
I'm not stressing
Not
myself
to
out.
have these.
I'm not
Okay.
stressing myself out.
Well,
I
I
think
think
that,
you're under. Well, I think you're under the mentality of if it doesn't make sense, it must not be real.
yeah, exactly. And I think everybody should be under that mentality, because that is a default mentality. And that's, yeah, because
Well,
like, because that,
some
would
people are
you,
perfectly fine believing in whatever they believe in. Some people are happy
I
and
agree with
perfectly
that.
fine with it.
I agree with that. And I have no problem believing what people believing whatever they want to believe. What my
Right.
problem is that when it starts to harm other people, that's where I draw a line. When people start to use these beliefs to vote for things that are harming other people and taking away other people's rights, then the least I can do is ask you, why do you believe this? That is not, I'm not harming anybody by doing that. Am I harming you by doing that?
Well, you're getting into these debates that are really pestering people in what they believe.
Well, you got to understand, I'm just sitting here, people are coming to me, right? So
Right,
like
but
you
you're
came to me, I
enticing
didn't,
them.
well, did I knock on
But
your
you're
door?
enticing them with your ad. I'm an atheist.
Yeah.
What's your best? Right. You're
How is that
enticing them.
how is that
Us.
enticing people? Just saying that I'm an atheist. How is that enticing people?
Okay. Well, why did you put I'm an atheist?
Because that's what I am.
Right. So you're enticing people into
Well, this goes both
conversating with you.
well, this goes both
Right.
ways, Kevin, right? Because you could easily just keep passing by my live. You didn't have to come in here and wait, right?
No, it enticed me by your ad.
Okay, well, that's a you problem, not a me problem. I'm just saying who I am. So you're coming to me. I didn't go out to you. I didn't go knock on your door, did I? I didn't approach you at the store, did I? I didn't send anything to your house. I just have a thing that just says I'm an atheist. So if that entices
Has
you,
your
then it enticed you. It didn't have anything to do with me. So,
has your life been easier as a Christian or a non-Christian?
oh, as a non-Christian by multitudes, yeah.
Okay, yes, because you
Yeah.
don't feel judged anymore.
No,
You don't feel guilty.
no,
Right.
that's not
so
it. That's not it.
Why are there consequences in life? Why are there even consequences?
Why are there consequences? Because that's how life is.
Okay. And
There are actions and there are
why?
consequences.
I mean, if there's no moral,
You
like
s-
morality, it doesn't matter if there's no judgment, right?
No, that's not true at all. Morality absolutely
Why?
matters. Why does there have to be a judgment in order for morality to matter?
Well, if I could rob a bank and not have to worry about consequences, I would do it.
Well, we have laws
Right?
against that. Yeah, don't
We
we?
have laws against that.
Yeah. So are
And a
you
lot of these laws
okay?
are based on the Bible.
Not exactly. No.
There's a huge conservative party in the United States. Huge.
Yeah. Well, let's look at that thing about laws are based on the Bible. So which laws are based on the Bible?
Thou shalt not kill.
Okay, which was around
Thou
before
shalt
the
not
Bible, right?
steal.
Which was around before the Bible, right?
Oh, I have no idea what happened
Yeah.
before the Bible.
Yeah, you were aware of Hammurabi's code?
No, I have no clue what
You
that
don't know what
is.
that is? Okay, that was like at least 1,000 years before the Bible. There was the Sumeria, which is like the first known civilization. They had laws against unaliving, against stealing, against all that stuff. So
Okay.
that was before the Bible was even written. So I'm trying to understand how is, that's what our code of laws are based on. And we're actually based on the Old English law, which is based on which traces all the way back to Sumer. But
So, okay. Well, I just think you just go by the logic of life and what makes sense, and you don't have to worry about
absolutely. Yeah, I think everybody should do that. I think it's
right.
ethical. I think it's ethical to believe in things with evidence. I think it's ethical to believe in things that make sense. I mean, do you believe in squared circles?
Of course not.
Yeah, because it doesn't make sense, right?
Well, that doesn't mean like if something's on the 5 o'clock news, okay, I'm
Mhm.
watching it on TV. Is that real? I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm
Yeah.
just watching something on TV.
Yeah, right.
Right.
hmm But
So
I
how
don't
do
watch the news.
you don't watch the news?
No,
Okay.
I don't watch the news. I read it. I
Okay.
read it on sources that I trust, and I usually check multiple sources to make sure to verify that it's actually true. I just
Okay.
don't believe everything I see on TV. No,
I mean, I don't know if you want to get personal, but have you been hurt by Christianity?
not at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not it has nothing to do with pain or hurt. Like I said, it's what it is that there's just not enough evidence to believe that it's true, right? Like,
Is this based like you used to pray for things and it wouldn't happen?
yeah, I used to pray for things
Right.
wouldn't happen. Like there's promises in the Bible, right? Okay, let me ask you this. So I can actually illustrate what I'm talking about. How much of the Bible would you say is true? Just give it a percentage.
I would say probably, oh, probably 40%.
40%? Okay,
Yeah.
which parts of the Bible are true then?
What, which parts of the Bible are true?
Yeah,
That's a
like
good
what's part
question.
of the 40? Yeah, what's part of the 40% that's true?
Well, I do believe that Jesus died
Okay.
and was crucified and rose again. I do believe that.
Okay.
And I believe God is within us all, even atheists.
Okay.
I don't believe in this concept of having to be saved. God is in everyone.
Okay. And how do you know that's all true?
Life experience.
Your personal experience? Okay.
Right.
Okay. So let me ask you it this way. So you're saying about 40% of the Bible is true,
Okay.
and so that means
Well,
over
I'm
half
saying
of it's not
true.
true.
Well, I'm saying the not true part is the symbolic part.
The symbolic part, like
I
what?
believe.
Give me
I
an
believe.
example.
Well, the parting of the Red Sea. I
Okay.
believe that's symbolic.
Okay.
Noah living to 900. I think that's symbolic.
Okay.
You know, where I have a sister who's extremely devout
Mhm.
Christian and everything, and she believes these things are literal,
Okay.
and
What?
it works for her life. She has she doesn't harm people.
Yeah.
You know, she does a lot of good. So, what harm is there in believing in God?
I got you. Okay. Well, here I can illustrate it right here. So you said that would you agree or disagree? Because you asked me what's my source of morality, and then I kind of went through logic. So does that mean that you think God is the source of morality?
Yes.
Okay. So here, let me ask you a question. So, if there was a button that would immediately and permanently end all cancer, would you push it?
Of course.
Would God push it?
Of course.
Okay, but there's still cancer, so God hasn't pushed it, right?
Well, wait. If there is no button, you're just making up something.
Does God have the power to end cancer right now?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Is he all powerful, all knowing?
Well, he must be if he created all this.
Okay, so then that means he could end cancer if he wanted to, right?
If he wanted to. Well, there's also free will,
There's also free will, right? But
where people have the freedom to do evil or
yeah,
good or whatever they do.
you would say that God has free will too, right?
Well, yeah, God's ways are above free will.
Sure, sure. So that means he could end cancer if he wanted to. Yet he's just letting free will run its course,
Well,
right?
I don't believe necessarily that God's a he. God's a
Or
spirit.
they. We can say they or it or however you want to.
Okay.
Or I'll just use
Yeah.
God. So if God wanted to heal cancer, God could if God wanted to.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So so you would agree God hasn't healed cancer?
But maybe in that sickness, people are brought together.
Sure. Yet you would agree that God hasn't healed cancer, right?
Right. There's must be a reason God hasn't healed
Okay.
cancer.
Yeah. So between you and God, who's right?
God.
God. Okay, so that means you shouldn't push the button, right?
You're stuck on this button that doesn't exist.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I could replace it with if you had the ability to heal cancer, would you do it? I mean, it's the same thing.
If I had the ability, yes.
Okay.
But
So
there's got to be a higher purpose of why cancer hasn't been fully healed.
yeah.
There's
So
got to be a higher purpose in everything.
okay, would you say it's God's will to allow cancer to happen?
Yes.
It is, right? So we could effectively say it's God's will to allow cancer to help it happen. Do you agree or disagree that it's a sin to defy God's will?
A sin. Well, see, I believe in it's just missing the mark. Sin isn't like this all like, oh my God, you've done all these sins and you're going to hell.
Yeah.
Sin is just missing the mark.
It's missing
That's
the
all.
mark, right? Okay. So is it so is defying God's will missing the mark?
I don't know, because in your own life, you're constantly doing what you think is right and what you think is defying God or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, if I go and murder somebody, that's defying God, obviously.
Yeah, wouldn't that be missing the mark?
That'd be missing the mark.
Okay. So what's an example of
in a major way?
yeah. So what's example of Kevin, what's an example of defying God's will that isn't missing a mark?
Defying God's will that isn't missing the mark. Well, like the stealing.
Stealing isn't missing the mark?
Not if you're starving.
Not if you're starving.
Right.
So it's okay to steal if you're starving.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right. Okay. And so what of the other person who is stolen from?
Well, I wouldn't feel bad for somebody if it's a store owner and somebody steals because they're starving. I wouldn't feel bad for the store owner.
Okay.
I would understand.
You would understand?
Because a lot of people judge what they don't understand. And once you understand, it's different. But like you yourself, okay, you're an atheist and you absolutely would never steal, even if you're starving.
Nope.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe that? Why not?
There's a lot of suffering in starving.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Well, see, here's the thing you don't know about me, Kevin. I was once like that, and I never did steal. So
you were starving?
Yeah, at one time I was. There was a point in time where I did not know where my next meal was coming from. I have lived in that
Well, not
situation.
knowing what your next meal is coming from is different from actually starving.
Oh no, it was because I hadn't had anything to eat for days, couple days. So
Couple days.
yeah, so and like literally nothing in my fridge. So yes, I have been in that position, and I did not steal. So I can tell you without a doubt I would not. Now, that was when I was a Christian. Okay. I will tell you that I wouldn't steal for different reasons today. And the reason why is because even though you wouldn't feel bad for the store owner, it's immoral even if I'm starving. And the reason being is because it harms the store owner because they're relying on that to feed their family or feed themselves. So
Who's suffering? Well, who's suffering worse, the starving person or the store owner?
I would say the starving person. That doesn't mean that the starving person has a license to steal from other people.
Okay, so you don't feel
Still
bad
in.
for people that are starving.
Oh, I absolutely feel bad for them, but that doesn't mean that they should commit immoral acts. And see, this is kind of the illustration that I have is because there are a lot of people who believe in God who feel the same way you do, and I disagree with them. And so I don't agree with that moral stance. So I can't believe in a God who would condone that moral stance.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
I
it is
mean, like
amazing.
when things go wrong in your life now, you don't pray, you don't turn to anything.
Nope.
Okay.
In fact, there was a very close relative of mine, very close relative of mine, who is currently in remission from cancer, and I didn't pray for that person one time.
Okay. It's because you didn't feel bad for them.
Oh, I felt absolutely terrible for him. It was very heartfelt,
Okay.
but I don't pray for, yeah, and just because I felt that praying would not do anything, and I was
So
correct.
you just believe let nature take its course.
No, because if that was the case, then they wouldn't have gone through. I would have told them, don't go through chemotherapy, don't do radiation, don't go to the doctor. Just let nature handle it. That's not what happened. This person went
You
to the
yourself
doctor,
have
went
never,
through chemotherapy, got had surgery, had radiation therapy, all that stuff.
but you yourself have never suffered physically so much.
I have, in some ways, yeah.
Okay, where you're like it's a living hell.
Yeah, actually it was. Like I told you, there was days where I was starving, didn't know where my next meal was coming from. I mean, February 13th, I will be in 2026, I will be sober for 13 years. So yeah, I've been in pretty bad spots. And I can tell you that once I realized that I no longer believed in a God, that my life instantly became better. We're running up into the 20-minute kick poll, so hold that thought. All right, so talking to Kevin, we've been talking about like things like the morality of stealing when you're hungry and stuff like that. So happy face if you'd like Kevin to stay for another 20 minutes, or crying face if you would like to talk to the next guest. So, but yeah, we didn't quite finish that. So you would agree, if you had the ability to heal cancer, God hasn't healed cancer. You said, and I wasn't 100, I don't quite remember. Did you say between who's right, you or God? Did you say God's right?
Well, I think God encompasses everything in the world.
Mm-hmm.
God encompasses good as well as evil. I think it's all encompassing because
Yeah.
even in the Bible it says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof.
Yeah. Got it.
So, we can try to outsmart things, but you're never going to really figure out what's real.
Okay. Well, see, by your explanation, you shouldn't cure cancer. You should just let God handle it. So they did vote to talk to the next guest, but I appreciate you coming up, Kevin.
Take care.
All right. Have a good one. So, so it's really interesting to have somebody ask, where do your morals come from? And then I get into the morality argument and then immediately. Yeah, it did a little bit. 250,000 likes. Are we? Chat, you are insane today. You are insane today. That is amazing. Big W for chat. 250,000 likes for today. That's ridiculously amazing. That is wild. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you guys are doing great. All right, so we have another one in the chat. Ooh, I think we got a returning guest. If my stupid button would come up. Okay, I'm like, okay. So we have Alex Pinero. All right. I think I have time. Yeah, we'll see. Looks like I have time for one more. So Danny wants to see you, but I may have to have you come in at another. Oh, nope. Nope. Dipped. Well, I see. It says 160K. Oh yeah, it says 161.2. Okay. Well, we're gonna get there. I see hearts like bumping up on the screen. So a bunch of very evil people in my chat. Like who? Who's evil? I don't see that. So, okay, well, we don't have anybody in the chat, or we don't have anybody in the guest queue. So if anybody wants to come up and give some evidence on why they think hell is real, aside from personal experience, I'm going to be on for about another half hour. So we can do that. Or, a big W. Deconstruction Junction. Yes, it was a big W for the chat. But turns out we're not at 250,000 likes. We're at like 160. So it was a little bit premature, but that's okay. So yeah, we can. Why doesn't God unalive people himself instead of commanding others to do it? That's a great question, Sarai Tresor. Yeah. Why doesn't God do it himself? You know, that's just the thing. It's like, you know, God's like a big mob boss, right? Like the big shot caller. He doesn't actually do the thing. He just tells people to do it. You know, he's like a mob boss. And that's the interesting part for me, is that he's kind of always been like that, right? Now he did hit the flip the switch. He did call it on Noah's Ark, right? All but 6 people. He did do that. But even then it wasn't like really directly because of, you know, like he could have Thanos people out of existence, right? He could have just snapped his fingers and everyone gone, but he had to drown everybody. Makes you wonder, like, were we, you know, the animals especially, like he drowned all the animals. Like, why would a God drown all the animals? Like, what did they do? Flooding seems like a lot of work. Yeah, it does. Like, he could have just snapped his fingers and just Thanos'd him. Just, that's it. You know? So, like, you start thinking about these things, and then it just starts not making sense. Like, if this is an all-powerful God, all, you know, omniscient, all loving, all powerful, all loving. He made it rain and then drowned everybody. That's like, wow. You know? Okay, we got a guest in the queue. We got Brian Phelps in the queue. How's it going, Brian? Brian, how you doing?
Oh, I didn't realize I was on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just chiming in from earlier. So this is not what you're looking for, so you're probably going to go to the next guest. But I just wanted to turn your listeners onto the idea of Pascov's wager.
Yeah.
Somebody was saying like they'd rather listen to the idea that I think it was two ladies or a lady, whatever. She said that she'd rather like believe and be wrong than not believe, or vice versa.
Yes.
Believe and be wrong and not believe and be right.
Mhm.
But yeah, I just thought you guys would like that. Anyway, turn it over to the people who actually believe in this stuff.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
Yeah. Hope
I
you have a
got you.
great time.
Yeah.
Appreciate what you do,
Yeah.
man.
Appreciate your input, man. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the support.
You're welcome.
Have a good one.
Bye.
I could have kept on longer, but sounds like you wanted to go. But you know, we don't have anybody in the queue, so it's all good. But yeah, W. Brian, absolutely correct for Pascal's wager. But if there's any believers up here who want to give some evidence on hell existing, on the existence of hell, yeah, come on up. Okay, we have Speed Buggy. Let's see what we got with Speed Buggy. How's it going, Speed Buggy?
Yeah, I'm 59. I'm not a believer. I've been on your chat before.
Oh
So I
yeah,
figured since she said nobody was in the queue, I might get a minute or two.
yeah. What's on your
So
mind, buddy?
the Pascal's wager thing, the way
Yeah,
I look at it is the world is in a state of religious confusion. There's so many
yeah.
different religions and gods and things
Mm-hmm.
that if a real deity does exist, he wouldn't stand for this nonsense. Or
Mm-hmm.
he's going to let it play out and see who uses reason, critical thinking, you know, and doesn't employ faith and things that don't lead you to truth. And so, more than likely, if one exists and he's allowing this stuff to happen, he's going to favor us atheists who basically use our critical thinking skills and question everything.
You know, this
So I
is
say atheists win.
yeah.
Pascal's wager every time.
What you're proposing is I don't know if you've watched allegedly Ian's live. He has the concept of
Yeah, yeah.
atheismo. Have you seen it? Have you seen him talk about atheismo? Yeah,
Yes.
that's what you're proposing. Yeah, I did steal that, but I
Yeah.
called it skeptico. Yeah, shit. I've
Yeah.
stolen a lot of stuff from Ian. I gotta
You're exactly
thank.
right. It's
I
the
hope I get to thank him
atheismo
one day.
God
Yeah,
that if one's out there watching us, looking at what we're doing and not interacting with us in any way whatsoever, he's like, just who's doing what?
who's doing
So,
what
these
exactly?
people right here, critical thinking, relying on science to get to the truth of
Yeah,
things.
exactly.
Those are the people that this deity is going to, admire and
Yeah,
favor.
yeah, exactly.
And so yeah. So I say, if you believe in a God, you don't win Pascal's wager in any way whatsoever.
Well, yeah, you got like a
Because it's
1 in
based on faith.
4,200 chance. So it's like
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
there's really no point. I mean, that wouldn't be the reason
So
why. And it sounds like it's believer faith insurance, right?
yep.
You're
And
just buying
it's
insurance just in case.
it's just a go-to, position that Christians have been told about, and they've never really thought it through.
Yeah. So would it really be true? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they haven't really thought it through. But yeah, man, I do. Yeah, you make some good points. You definitely make some good points. So
Alrighty, sir. I'm gonna check out. Get
right
some
on, man.
guests up here.
All right, man.
Cool.
Have a good one, Speed Buggy. Thanks for the input.
All right.
All right. Well, yeah, we're running into I think I might just open up for anybody who wants to come up and say their piece. So if there's anybody who wants to come up, we're at the last like 25 minutes of the show. So you can so anybody can come up and say what they want to say. Okay, we got Stubbs. How's it going, Stubbs?
Hey, how are you?
Yeah, good. Just want to make sure you're 18, at least 18.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right on. All right, what you got?
So, I've
Oh
been
wait,
watching
sorry.
you a little bit as I
Sorry.
can.
Let me
Yeah.
cut in real quick. I gotta show chat this ridiculously huge windscreen. So can you guys see how fucking big this windscreen is? Isn't that ridiculous? Like the stupidest,
That's
hugest.
wild.
Oh, it's wild. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that's why like part of my face is cut off. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, go ahead,
You're good,
Stubbs.
dude.
Go ahead.
Hey, no problem.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I've been watching you for a little bit,
Yeah.
as much as I can whenever you're live, because I typically am working while you're live. But
Appreciate you, man.
actually, kind of on the clock right now too. But
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, don't get caught, dude. Yeah.
So no, I'm good.
All right.
I don't have a call or anything
Right
right now,
on.
so it's not a huge deal.
Right
But I just wanted to say, thank you for what you do, and it's just it kind of surprises me. I mean, it shouldn't, how close-minded some of the Christians that come on here are, that are so, like, the thing that I always want to bring up to to people is, if you're doing a research paper for school or for whatever, do you only use one resource for all of your information?
Yeah, exactly.
That's it's pretty narrow-minded. You're locking yourself into one way of thinking,
And you won't get a very good grade. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Stubbs.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 100%. And And that's the thing is like, you know, why believe it if you don't have evidence for it? Like, what's the
Exactly.
point? Yeah. So I totally hear you,
I
dude.
mean, and
Yeah.
I totally respect, anybody that wants to believe if it helps them, if it helps them be a better person, if it
Same.
helps them get through a hard time, whatever. Do what you got to do to keep on keeping on. And I'm happy that people are keeping on, I'd rather you be here than not.
Yeah, for
In
sure.
most cases.
For
So,
sure. Yeah,
um,
for sure.
but yeah, thank
Totally
you.
agree. Yeah, appreciate you. Appreciate you coming up, Stubbs. Well, hey, don't work too hard, man. Hope it doesn't
Alrighty.
tax you out, man.
You have a good one.
Okay, later. All right, so we got another guest in the queue. Socrates? Probably not Socrate. Probably Socrates. How's you doing, Socrates?
Hello,
Hello.
how are you doing?
Yeah, good. You're at least 18, right?
Well, I will only want to ask you what type of, let's say, atheist are you?
What type of atheist am I?
Yeah.
I think there's really only one type. It's just a person who doesn't believe in any gods.
No, there's not. If you're
But
a type like
I'm an
like
agnostic
Stalin,
atheist.
for example, or like Adolf Hitler, is a different one.
Stalin?
Yeah.
How is Stalin different?
Well, Stalin was the one that, for his way of life,
For his way of life?
he kills a lot of people.
Okay. Yeah, he did. So you're saying that I'm not quite sure what you mean. So there's Christians who have
Yeah, there are other
unalived
atheists.
many people
There
too.
are other atheists.
Yeah.
For example, sorry because I'm from Romania and I don't speak very good English.
No, it's okay.
I'm trying my best.
That's okay.
But I just see you and I want to ask you because in Romania we have this suffering, You don't go, you don't have nothing to eat sometimes.
Yeah.
You go to bed hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a very bad thing in the communist side.
Yes. Agreed.
And,
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
And that was an atheist in our country.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that was horrific. I agree.
That is an atheist because we believe in God. Many people, my mother, my father, and also they believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in God. For that, well, I'm not also. How can I tell you? I don't believe in the God of their God, but I am an atheist for them.
You're an atheist to them?
So I don't believe in the God of the Bible, and I'm
Okay.
an atheist.
Okay.
In their mind.
Oh, gotcha. Do you believe in any gods?
Well, yes.
Okay. And then, so which God do you believe in? Is it the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah?
My God, no, has nothing to do because they're all, for me, they're all bad. They're all doing bad things for humanity from the beginning. I'm more to the religion from the old religions. Let's say I'm believing the Moses. He was not a god formally.
Yeah.
He was a man that comes with some, let's say, with some ways for humanity to understand. He speak about nature, so I could say that I believe in nature.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay. Well, hey, listen, I'm gonna move on to somebody else, but I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one. All right. I have seen no evidence myself. Nino, I'm really there with you. Although, I think I'm agreeing with Ian on this one. Like some parts of the fine tuning argument are interesting, but I think it all still falls short, right? I think it does. But I think the best that there is like philosophical arguments. Yet that doesn't mean it's all real, right? That doesn't mean it God exists. You scare me with how weird they are, not gonna lie. Sometimes, yeah. It can be it can be a little concerning. I'll put it that way. Okay, we got another one. Casey. How's it going, Casey?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, not much, man. How you doing?
Hey, pretty good. I was just gonna jump on here super quick, man. Honestly, so I've been in this live for the first time today, and
Yeah.
I am like loving what you're doing here. Like, I'm first of all, I'm like super religious, and yes, I'm over 18. But like, I think this whole concept of challenging others and like coming here and having like an open forum with discourse is like amazing. So like to anybody live that like like you're Christian or whatever have you and you like disagree with this, I mean that's cool, that's fine, right? But like go back through, read, what I mean, bring your friends into the live,
Yeah,
talk to
absolutely.
your pastor, whoever, what I mean, like start asking these questions, because if you're coming in here and you're like just just spouting off like random facts from the Bible but you don't know why you believe that, it's kind of wrong to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I won't come in here and like say like, oh, like is hell real or not? Like I have no proof for that, right? Like
All
I
right.
can't tell you if it is or not, that kind of thing. Like,
That's
do I
fair.
believe it is? Yeah, sure. Could I like quote Matthew or like like Revelations? Sure, I can like pick two different spots and say, but I can't definitively show you and say this place exists, right? This book has been touched by so many hands, so many people, like so many like nations have like altered and kind of
Mm-hmm.
like if the Bible was 100% factual, I don't think kings would allow it. I just put it that way, like off rip, like that to me doesn't make any sense. So I feel like we should be questioning it and trying to find the truth and having these conversations. So like what you're doing here, man, super dope. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate you,
That's pretty
Casey.
much.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Well, hey, appreciate the good words, man. Hey, well, yeah, thanks for the support too. Appreciate you.
Hey, dude, for sure.
All right, man. Have a good one.
All right.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm glad. Yeah, Gio, you missed all the conversation from earlier, I think. So yeah, it did dry up towards the end, but I'm only here for like another 15. So if anyone, has anybody non-believer or believer, if you all want to come up, talk, that's perfectly fine. But hey, let's get the other mic. Where is the other mic at? Yeah. I'm gonna do my gratitude for my mod gratitude early. That's the exercise I do. I bring my mods up and I like to give them gratitude. That's if you can come up. If you can't, don't feel stressed. Don't worry about it. But it's so that everybody can see that you're getting recognized and you're doing like the important work, the actual important work. Because without you, it's not possible. And I want to encourage the other mic, because the other mic has expressed wanting to go live, and I want to encourage that. So we're going to try and give a little bit of space for that. How's it going, Mike? Funny on one end. I think you're connected. Are you there, Mike?
I think so. My signal may be a bit crappy. I'm talking.
Oh yeah, your connection's a little. It's struggling there.
Now.
Let's see. Here, say something.
Okay, hold on. What if I move over here?
Oh wait.
Hello.
There we go. Yeah, I think that's better. How's it going, Mike?
Things are good.
Good.
Things are good.
Hey, good to hear your voice. I know you're in my Discord. Oh, by the way, I have a Discord. If everybody's invited, you have to have a Discord account though. You have to have Discord app installed, but you can go to my profile, check out, click the links, and there is a Discord invite. So everybody's welcome. Anyway, yeah, just wanted to give.
It's a good Discord too.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is. It's gotten really good. With folks like you joining. So that's awesome.
I just try hard to sound smart.
Well, you're doing a great job of it, man. Yeah, that's good stuff. And I like the thoughtful questions you're giving me, and the pushback and all that stuff. I really enjoy. I'm really appreciating that. So thank you for that. Give me a lot of things to think about. Yeah. Yeah.
No, you put me on the Socratic method. It's something that like I've always just been very curious. I've always had most of these conversations just by asking lots of questions. I didn't realize it was actually a thing. So
Yeah.
you've had me doing research over the last few days.
Awesome. Awesome. So yeah, I'm hoping that you come live and come join the dark side. Come join us.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how much I can contribute, but I enjoy every opportunity I have to have these conversations. So the
Awesome.
idea of hosting my own is appealing.
Awesome. Well, I hope you do, because I'm looking forward to that. So, and I will be there to support you without a doubt. But
I
yeah, go ahead.
do have a question for
Yeah,
you.
absolutely.
So
Go ahead.
you mentioned with, I don't know if it was Kevin or an earlier guest, that there is no scenario where you would steal, even if it was to feed yourself or your kids. Is that like absolute?
Yeah, I might have been a tiny bit hasty in saying that. I would say, yeah, because I think you have to weigh ultimately you have to weigh the harm. So if it's
Yeah.
yeah, and I think I said myself, yeah, if we're bringing my kids into this, you bringing my kids into this. If you bring my kids into this, yeah, I think I might have to, because if it's their freedom and well-being, because you know me, I'm like about all the freedom and well-being, and also, kids are more vulnerable. Um, they're so like I have to be concerned about their freedom and well-being. So I might have to, if it really came down to it. I think I'd have to really think about it more. Like if it was a matter of, okay, they're going to unalive here today if I don't get some food in their belly. But that's like a pretty extreme case. I may have to, yeah. I may have to. So I think I might have been a little hasty, yeah. But I mean, I've been in that position where, yeah, I didn't have anything to eat and I didn't steal. But that was just me. So yeah, if we're talking about other people, yeah, that might change, yeah.
Yeah, but I think you nailed it. I mean, as we've discussed in the Discord, I think my morals are, I'm going to say, a lot less firm. I don't find as much of an absolute for a source of morals as you do with your logic argument. Although you kind of have me swaying a little bit. I still need to process it.
Yeah, you know what's interesting though, Mike, is that, don't you find it interesting that you and I land on the same side like 9 times out of 10 at least, if not 95% of the time? Yeah.
Like I don't dispute. I think the average person, the majority of people, have generally the same morals.
Mm-hmm.
I point more to that being a result of evolution and empathy that we've gained through evolution, and
Exactly.
the societies that we live in generally.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
I think we all land the same place. I think it's more that I still don't fully understand the logical objectivity of morality, because it feels more absolute than I would be willing to grant any kind of morality.
Yeah, I hear you. It can feel like that, and actually in a lot of ways it does. But see, the thing is that the other thing about it is that it stomps all over divine command. Like it just completely wipes it out. Because you hear me doing the hypotheticals, and every time there's a struggle, like to answer it, to talk about it, to answer it, to all that, it's a struggle every time. And that's what it is that, and I didn't adopt objective moral realism with freedom and well-being as the foundation. I didn't do it just for that. It was because it lined up most with my values. And so I wouldn't, and like I said, 95% of the time I land on the same side with subjective morality, but but it's just funny that happens, and that with things like divine command or like morality, grounded in a God, it just, there's these dilemmas that people just can't get past, which is really wild to me.
Well, and I know you've got another host, so I'll let you do your or another guest. I'll let you do your thing. But it seems like they apply the concept of an absolute through their God that they don't then actually abide by in reality.
Yeah, exactly. Well, stay up, Mike. How's it going, Deep Dive?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good. Now I got about 8 minutes left, but we can talk real quick. Are you over 18?
Yes.
Okay, perfectly. And do you believe in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran?
God in the Bible.
Okay. And then what's your best evidence that hell is real, not counting personal experience?
Hell is real. I believe hell is real because I'm able to witness what's going on right now. Everywhere, there's so much proof everywhere that we're so, how can I say, we're so deceived by the enemy that he could put so much lies in our minds to make us believe that hell isn't real.
Okay.
So he's able to really put a lot of false doctrine in the mind to make us look somewhere else where we will try to question why isn't there, is there really a God out there or what's going on? We try to look somewhere else for answers when the answers are right there in front of us, and the devil laughs at us because he thinks we're not all there. We're not as smart. The devil thinks we're dumb. Basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Because we don't see it.
And then, okay, so I heard a lot of like things that you said, and it sounds like we're like, what evidence do you have that there is a devil and that there's a God?
Yeah. So we see people preach, out there in the streets, and they get persecuted. And then you see, mostly, there's a lot of snares out there people get caught up with. There's false gods out there that people could get caught up with, and it's like basically a trap.
Snares? Like what?
Yeah.
Traps?
Yeah, so there's many traps out there, like alcohol, for example.
Yeah.
It could lead to an addiction. And for my personal, I got saved by Christ.
Well, that's
So when
great for you. Okay.
yes,
Well,
so when I started praying
Mhm.
to Jesus Christ, He really helped me out.
How long's it
And
been?
it's already been 3 months.
3 months. Congratulations. That's awesome. Seriously. My sobriety date is February 13th and I'll be 13 years 2026. So really, yeah, congratulations, man. That's awesome that you got 3 months.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
big W for guest. If you got a spare coin for the guest, please kick down to deep dive. That's amazing. Congratulations. Seriously, seriously. So my question for you is, how do you suppose I did it without God?
I'm not sure. How did you do it?
I did it because I realized that that was not a way that I wanted to live, and because I didn't want to live that way anymore, it wasn't really itself a choice, because I don't think addiction is a choice. It's a disease. It's a brain disease. So I had to make the choice to get better. So it's kind of like having some sickness and then deciding not to get better, to treat the sickness.
Right.
So it was that, because you think somebody was crazy for doing that, right? Like if they found out they had cancer and they were like, I'm not going to treat it. You'd be like, and it's treatable, very treatable, and they could survive it. You'd be like, that's crazy, right? That's how I realized, okay, this isn't something, or like treating it myself. Like somebody has a disease and they treat it all by themselves. They think they can do it by themselves. You think they're crazy, right? And that's when I realized that, I was like, oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. And so then that's when I got into treatment. That's when I started doing recovery, and here I am, almost 13 years later.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that congratulations, man, for
Thanks.
being right here. And yeah, I would like to say that yes, I believe, that was God. And God looks out for everybody, and He wants to save everybody. And what I want to say is, Jesus, even if you don't believe in Christ, he still loves His people. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
I hear that.
he will still like help you out. He'll help out people. Basically, what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So how would I be able to distinguish between God helping me and then me helping me?
It's spiritual.
Okay. See, I don't believe in spirit, so how could we distinguish then if it's spiritual versus just me taking action?
Because yes, I believe when prayers are very powerful, and when people pray for each other, I believe it really helps you out basically. So basically,
Hmm.
whatever you're going through in life, and you pray, it really helped me out. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
And whatever someone else is going through, I believe prayers go through, and
Hmm.
it's spiritual is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. You know what's interesting is that there's a time in the meeting where you have to do the serenity prayer. For the longest time I didn't pray it. I do it now, except I don't say God. I just say the rest of it. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things that can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And to me, that's a reminder to myself.
Yes.
You know, so to focus on those things. But I never say God, and like I said in the beginning, for many years, I didn't even pray. I didn't even say it. So if you're saying prayer helps, but I didn't pray, so how did that happen?
Yes, like usually I pray as well for other people. So I'm trying to say, so when I pray for other people, I don't really tell them, but I just do it out of my own heart. Is what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
So I believe there's other people out there that pray for each other. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I got my mom prays for me, but see, my mom was
Yeah.
praying for me for a long time, even when I was at my worst, and it didn't seem to help. It didn't really seem to help when I was, uh, you know, it didn't help when I was praying for myself. It didn't help when she was doing it and I was doing it. It only seemed to help when I just, like I said, realized what I needed to do. And and so that's the
I
thing
believe
is I can't distinguish between, like, if it was God doing that, if it was a God doing that, or if it was just me doing that.
I believe it was God.
Yeah. How could we test that?
Uh, if when I was praying a lot, I was able to see unclean spirits come out of me
Mm-hmm.
when I was praying a lot, and then I could see them coming back in. So that really showed me something where I was able to see the spiritual realm a little bit with prayers, because I was praying a lot. So I
Mm-hmm.
was able to see those things come in and out of me. That's the proof I have right there.
Hmm.
And there's more as well I have. Um, but yeah, that's the proof that I have right there.
Yeah. And how about the parents who pray for their kids not to, to be healed from cancer, like babies? And how come those
I'm
how
sorry.
come those prayers don't get answered?
Uh, I'm not I'm not sure. I don't want to go right there, but I
Yeah.
just want to say that prayers do really work, and they really helped me out. And
Yeah.
there is a God, and He loves you. That's what I want to tell you. Jesus Christ is real, and He really loves you.
Yeah.
And there is a real God out there. I don't really have all the you know I'm telling you by experience what I have, that what I encountered, and I was able to encounter His Spirit,
Mm-hmm.
the Holy Spirit. And yes, He's really real, and He loves you, and hell is a real place,
Okay.
and it's very scary. Is what I'm
Okay.
trying to say.
Well,
Yes.
because I think, because I didn't, because you said you didn't know about, parents praying for their babies to be healed from cancer and why those didn't work. Because, we have lots of babies who get bone cancer or brain cancer. Like brain cancer, for example, that's like the worst one, because it's near fatal, like almost 100%. So if a baby, like an infant, gets brain cancer, it's a wrap. And
Yeah.
so what I'm trying to understand, if you're saying prayer works, how come their prayers didn't work?
I don't have the answer to that.
That's fair. That's an
Yeah.
honest answer. Yeah. And so yeah, and that's what I'm trying to understand. So
Mm.
so it doesn't sounds like it doesn't work every time. And but it seems to work for some people, not others, right? And then there's cases like me where I can I have demonstrable evidence that I didn't pray and I got better, right?
Right.
And so it seems to me that we don't really have a way to know for sure if prayer works. Wouldn't you agree?
I believe prayers work. It worked for me, and
Yeah. Yeah, I know you
it
believe that. Yeah.
I believe that what I'm trying to say is Jesus Christ is really real, and I before I got caught up in believing in different things like New Age practice, and I was falling short,
Hmm.
and I came back, and Jesus Christ saved me. So there's many practices out there that could really uh, mess you up, and it did mess me up, but Jesus Christ brought me back, and he's the way and the truth and the life. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. One more question. I gotta send you back down because I gotta go pick up my daughter. But deep dive. If you found out tomorrow that there actually was no God and you got evidence that to your satisfaction confirms there's no God, how would your life change?
There will always be a Jesus Christ will always be there. There will always be God. Jesus Christ is the way,
Are you saying
and
there's no evidence that would?
there is evidence that Jesus Christ is there. He's right there.
No, I meant there's nothing that could convince you there's no God.
Like if there's no God, like
Yeah.
is
Just if
Jesus
you found
real?
out there's no God tomorrow, how would your life change?
There is a God, Jesus
Hmm.
Christ. Yes.
Okay. Well, hey, I appreciate you coming up, deep dive. I do got to go, but hey, you know what? Come back another time, maybe tomorrow, and then we can
Okay.
get into this a little bit deeper because I do have a lot more a lot of things I want to like go over with you because you said a lot of interesting things that I'd like to find out more about.
Okay.
Can
I
you do
will.
that? All right, man.
Yes.
I appreciate you
All right.
coming up. All right.
Appreciate it, man.
Have a
Take
good
care.
one.
You too. Bye bye.
All right. Yeah, I couldn't really get into it with him, but I gotta go. But I wanted to everybody, if you haven't had a chance to throw the other Mike a coin, please do, because he did some awesome work today. As oh wait, I got one more here. If one more is willing to come up, Intrepid Chimp. I keep for yeah. Man, you were like hiding behind you're hiding behind somebody. So maybe you want to come up too. Sometimes you turn me down, but let's see. Because I'd like to get you some coins too for all the awesome shit you do too. So I like to oh shit, it's almost didn't see you. Not 8 lemons, not 6 lemons, but the optimal 7 lemons. Of course, that's subjective, but I happen to think that 7 lemons is just the right number of lemons.
Objectively 8. Already been proven.
Already argued in the Discord. Hasn't been resolved. He said objectively 8. Don't hate Mike.
You're so wrong, Other Mike. You're so wrong.
Wow. Okay. Well, I see some fire going on in the Discord later, but please give 7 lemons some coins for doing the awesome work of moderating. So please do, because 7 lemons deserves it well. Who's giving me hearts? Thank you. Oh, 7 lemons got the hearts. That's awesome. Awesome. Evan Patterson, thank you. Appreciate that. They deserve them. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I got to go pick up my daughter. But other Mike, 7 lemons, Intrepid Chimp, I know you didn't come up, but anyway, I still thank you. Thank you guys for doing the most important work. You guys are awesome. So, love you.
Appreciate your space, man. Always. Thank you for giving it.
Yeah, you got it. Okay, well, I'll see you guys in the Discord later. Yeah, and then I'll see you guys later, chat. Great live. Have a good day, everybody. Take care. All right. So thanks again to those people on YouTube and Twitch. We'll see you guys later.